Hello! Alright, today we're continuing the dot scanning. And that's kind of pretty much it. Hello everyone. Swarm, thank you for the 101 bits if that was today. I'm not sure, I didn't hear that. Don't see anything new? That's weird. One moment. Let's see. Audio funny? I don't know. I don't think I've told my jokes yet. Wait, do you have to save at the bottom or something? Oh, I know why. Oh, sorry, Sanity. It's just, audio might be a tad hot. I didn't change anything, but I'll double check. The end of yesterday, okay. All right, hold on. Let me check a thing now. Oh, wait. Wait, I know what the problem is. Twitch has to approve emotes. Okay, that's what it is. Audio is definitely hot. Okay, well, fun. All right, give me a second. Actually, I wanted one of those. All right. Let me look here. Yeah, I think it's about the same as it was yesterday, but I guess I'll turn it down slightly. Let's see. Looking at my thing over here. Loud. Okay, it does peak. Yeah, so this is my normal talking voice. I'm going to adjust this down into the acceptable range where it should just barely be tickling it. And I think, nope, that's still not there. Wow, I'm having to turn this knob kind of a lot more than I would have guessed. So that's probably closer. It's not quite there yet. I need to keep yammering so that I can tell. Okay. That has a little bit more dynamic range, and when I'm just kind of speaking normally here, it's in what I believe is the correct zone, but when I mumble a little bit, then it goes below the correct zone, and when I get excited, it's above. Okay, I think we're good. That should be good. Alrighty. Looks like that might still be a little warm, but yeah, there we go. Okay. All right, yes. So, scanning. The basic manual that I'd screwed up at the end of yesterday's stream is now on archive.org. So you can go check that out. Literally all I did was just rerun the exact same command as before and then just upload the final output. So, yes. Now we're gonna work on the other stuff. I did actually spend this morning rebinding the manuals. Ow. That sucked. Less crispy crunchy, yeah. So, yes, the main goal for today is this. The dot, not have the page fall out, technical service manual. This is going to be a treasure trove of information about the machine. I haven't looked through it because it's like 500 pages. It's ridiculous. We're going to run a good chunk of it through the ADF, but a bunch of it is going to have to be manually scanned on the A-Vision. Are the spiral? They're not spirals. It's the pinch kind. So they're all kinds of mangled. At least the small ones are. Oh yeah, there's a chair in the way. Oh well. Bad chair, you're naughty. Grr. How PC compatible is it? I mean, did you watch the video? Or are they still pinchy? They got closed in good enough. It'll still work. Paul Guy, I'll say this. The only thing that I'm aware of that is not IBM compatible is maybe the ability to load option ROMs, and the disks are just not compatible at all. That's the biggest problem. So, it's pretty substantially BIOS compatible. Don't think most of the underlying hardware is in the same place. Yeah. So that's the thing. Ben has looked at the ROMs for this because I've been busy with all the other stuff. I've not had time to like actually stop and enjoy the computer since that video. It's just been archive. It's been the main goal. Well, actually, edit video, keep mouth shut, then archive. Cause oh, the serial ports are different addresses. That's weird. Thank you, Biffus. Yeah, it's an incredible machine. I was so excited to get it. And get the second one that's in so much better completeness. I was going to say condition, but it doesn't really matter. They're both in really good condition, although this one's disgusting. At least the outside of the case is. All right. We don't need to yammer. You have a look now, just be sure, bear with. It's no problem. We don't need to yammer for an hour. Now you guys have had over a whole day to watch a video, so if you haven't watched it, that's on you. There are a couple of extra things that we're going to scan today as well. There was the packing list that was included with it. There is the business reply envelope for the software and hardware registration cards and the cards themselves. We have the read me first, but really errata sheet that we need to scan. And then the last thing, the software decisions guide that will maybe list all of the software available for the DOT. We're going to go ahead and scan these first, just because these will all go through the feed scanner before we start on the chunkosaurus here of the service manual. So let's start by opening the software guide, because that's the last thing for me to unseal from the new DOT. That's it. After this, it is fully a used DOT. Oh gosh, Alan Croft. Can we scan the envelope? Yes, please. Yeah. Give me one moment here. Okay. Catching up with the VOD, we solved the case of the missing VT100 emulation. No, we haven't really. I mean, you guys can now search for VT100 as a keyword in the manuals on archive.org to see what it shows. I think this, though, has some information, the service manual about that. So, yeah, live seal break, yep, the last one for this. Everything else is open after this. So here we go, the final DOT thing for me to unseal. All right. It is bananas to have this, just like crazy. Now it's used. Guess you have to buy another one. I don't think so. I think I'm good. Someone else did buy the $1,500 one, though. I hope they understand the implications of what they're getting themselves into with this machine. It almost feels like CP/M system made to run DOS. Yeah, it really feels like that, actually. I genuinely think, if they just sold it as a CP/M computer, the company would have lived. I think it being an IBM-compatible machine is what killed it. Boom. Fresh. Oh, my gosh. Wait, this isn't just a list of software. What on earth even is this? Okay, this might be the dumbest manual I've ever seen. Sorry. At least it's got a lot of fun drawings. Yeah, that's stupid. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I think it's literally like, here's how you buy software for a computer. Just because it was your first computer, didn't mean it was everyone else's first computer. Anyway, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna remove some staples right now, because I think I can scan this sideways through the Epson. So we're gonna try that. Let me just go see if I can fit it that way really quick. Because I'm pretty sure that's 8.5 by 11-ish. Are you kidding me? It is like 1 millimeter not wide enough. Like, I think if I sanded down a piece of plastic somewhere, it would fit and it would work just fine. Oh, it's so annoying. Fine, we'll hand scan it on the A-Vision. Star Gemini 15X, that's what the printer is. The one that I like that has the best drawings. I've probably shown it before, but I'll show it again because it's the best thing ever. I think the manual is right by the printer. Let me just go look really quick. There's the printer, and the manual is on a walkabout. That sucks. Is it on the shelf over here? I probably flaunted it too many times, and now it has wandered off on adventures because I really like it, and I show it off as much as I can. Yeah, I don't know where it is. All right. Well, that's annoying. It's supposed to be with the printer. Dude, I got a lot of spiral-bound books here. What are all these, now that I know? And by spiral-bound, I mean pinch-bound. Oh, they're Apple ones. There's no way those aren't scanned. Good, I don't want to scan them. Yeah, I don't know where the manual is. Just look up Star Gemini 15X. Someone else scanned the manual, and it's pretty good. You can see all the fun little anthropomorphic printer guys running around doing goofy things. All right. Yes, the 15 is the wide carriage, and I have it on a Radio Shack printer stand with wide paper that goes in from the bottom. It's awesome. Cut the manual 1 millimeter shorter then. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, the only one in private hands right now. Let me just do that. On that, let me remove this staple so we can scan this. Well, this one's not all rusty. Crazy. You know, maybe I shouldn't just destroy my thumbnail. A-Vision or Caesar? A-Vision. I will use the Caesar if we have something that's going to be like more than 300 pages that has 0 drawings. The Caesar has its place in its text. And high throughput, because it is fast. But if I don't have to use it, I would rather not. Ow. I don't want to get stabbed by the stapled and bleed on these, so let me make sure. No, we're good. Spoiled for choice? Other than the Caesar, I bought all the other ones. Not really spoiled. More like invested in choice. Yeah, the problem with the Caesar is that it has an MJPEG webcam sensor in it. It's not good visual quality for really fine details. Some of this text is pretty small, so I don't want to do that. We're gonna scan the box too, because I mean, obviously. Oh, and the software license agreement or whatever this is. Anything else there directly related to the dot? No. Okay, so I'm gonna just take all of this over. That's all ready now. And we're gonna do some scanning. Let me try something here. There we go. That probably looks a lot better. Yeah, that's way better. Okay. All right. Flip those. Okay. Dot appears to have its serial ports mapped to IO addresses, somewhere and something. And the IBM ones are that and that. Okay. Cool. Thanks, computer devices. Might want to photograph the paper inside the case as well. You mean inside? Oh, I did take a picture of that. I think I forgot to put it on my website. Whoops. It should be on the TT Wiki, but I forgot. I can do that at some point here. Okay. Let me get this out of here. All right. Let's do some quick stuff. Here, CDI dot EULA scan ADF. Just gonna pop this one in there real quick like. Bad paper. Bad paper. How do you do this with one hand? It's almost like you're not supposed to. Okay. Boom. There we go. All right. Enter. Okay. So this is just one sheet. This is really easy. Bam. Done. Okay, that one can go now. We'll scan the box with the A-Vision. I don't know how to handle uploading all the little ephemera things. I think I'm just going to make like one upload on archive.org that has all of the extra stuff. I think that's the way to do it. Yeah, there we go. Dot. There we go. All right, DS 30,000, basically just US with two CIS strips glued together. What do you mean, glued together? Does it have like a seam in the middle? That would drive me insane. Insanely dumb, Epson doesn't market a wide format vertical ADF for less than 3,000. Yeah. It's extra a shame that Plus Tech is like almost acceptable, but it won't work on Linux at all. All right. Next up, packing list. Let me do that. We're gonna rip through some of these really quick here. Can I actually hold on here? If I do, why am I not getting video capture up there? Is this? That works. What? Why does that work, but not that? I think the second output on my thing died? Or did my HDMI splitter kick it? Let me try restarting the HDMI splitter. Aha! Oh. Huh. Clipped what, just in case? Order has been updated. Oh yeah, that overpaid for some SD cards. Why is this not working? Maybe if I unplug this one and then I plug in this one. No. Okay. What if I do this and then this? Dude, why do HDMI splitters always suck? All right, fine. One moment. Where? Oh man, it's way over there. That's really hard to get to. AJ Slim, thank you for the Prime sub and for 30 months. I appreciate that. HDMI in general sucks, yeah. HTML nonsense. Well, you guys complaining about the emotes and the polls? Stop it. It doesn't matter. It's only a problem when you make it a problem. Dude, the output HDMI ports are so far. All right. Which one of these is which? So I'm gonna hit this real quick. If I unplug that, okay, it's not that one. Don't unplug that one. Please plug back in. Oh no. Oh gosh. Come on. I have to do this blind. Huh? Uh-oh. There we go. Okay, and then this one, that one's acceptable. Okay. Now, I just need to plug this in here. What? Why did that not work? It's plugged in where it should be. It's not, it is recognizing the, oh, there it is. I just wanted to take a second. Okay, there we go. All right. Now we can do stuff. Ugh. Now I'm gonna have things up here so you can see them as I work. Okay. Yeah, so it is the Extron, Ben, but I would need an Extron crosspoint switch to really do what I need because I need more outputs. So I have one output go to the ATEM to do that. And then I have this mini output right here, okay? That goes direct into the capture card in the stream PC to let me do the overlay there, because I'm already doing an overlay here. I can't do both on that, and I should do this. So I can't do that view there with the ATEM. So I need more than two outputs, so I split one, and I split it because it goes to this, and it also goes to a reference monitor that I have up there, so I can see the things. So it's a nightmare. Anyway, let's do some scanning. Okay, make folder, packing, list. Here it is, one packing list into the scanner. Signal from the capture card is very noisy. I don't believe you. It's digital. If I 8 model would have been nice. Look upon shop and land a pair of 4x4s. New spots. Well, darn. Oh, shucks. Okay, run the command. Can I watch your desktop video stream? No. Bunch of ants. Oh, that is a bit wonky. Why? Why is it like this? Stop it. Cool, I made it worse. I have an idea. Problem solved. Just don't look at archive.org. There we go. Hey, look, I fixed it. Yay! There's no chroma key. There's no chroma key active. I don't know. So I should have this rotated this way more. Ugh. Okay. Okay, so this. Yeah, it's just crooked. That's just how the printout, the real one is. So that's perfect. Why does that white image not have problems? But it's just pure white. It's just 255 white that has issues. Why? Fixed. I just did that, DCAC. That was what my HDMI splitter wasn't working, so I had to bypass it. So anyway. Hopefully the color range looks acceptable. I can't tell. From my perspective, let's see if this will actually work this time. Why is it not working? Ah, okay. From my perspective, you can see in the OBS preview, it's nothing but a glare because of the light over here, so I can't see it at all. So yes, it looks white to me from here. What did I change? So I'm using an Extron VGA or HDMI scaler for the input for this, and I changed the color space output for it. So maybe it just wasn't working well. How would you know the packing list is missing without the packing list? The packing list isn't even on the packing list. That's the thing. Oh my God, the packing list is on the packing list. I just assumed it was. Why does this have like a part number? Oh my gosh, that's amazing. All right, let's look at the registration cards. That's hilarious. Okay. Reg software. Okay, these are weird. They actually fold open like that. This might test the length capabilities of this thing. I don't know. I don't know how that works, so let's find out. I'm impressed. All right. We gonna scan some paper tape with that? Think you can scan near indefinitely in length? Well, I mean, now I'm gonna have to try that. I mean, now you're just making a challenge. I got the piano roll over there. Oh wait, we can't do wide stuff. Dang it. Grr. I have no idea what this number is, by the way. I'm guessing that's my serial number for the software. If it's too long, paper jams and shreds the extra bit off. Cool. Scan the hard copy supporter sheet. It's just 2 pages. It's not that much. All right, this will be hardware registration. It is longer. Reg, hardware, go. It doesn't feel like it should be able to do that. Oh, wait, it didn't do it. It cut it. Yeah, it is missing part. Also, it's different. I didn't realize it was different on both sides. All right, well, scan the other side then, I guess. Please don't eat it, because I'm going to put it in folded. It may not like this. That'll work. Yeah, maybe there's a long paper mode where don't do that. What do you mean don't do that? What's the length listed on scan image? What do you mean? Tell me what command to run and I'll run that while I scan some other stuff. Like the envelope. Why? Because why not? I like the scanner. All right. Now we're going to do the README first. So this one's going to be a little bit more. No covers to worry about here. That has one drive wheel. It could fold out inside the scanner. Ah, okay. Really had to stop and think about it there? Oh, it's so nice scanning something that doesn't have holes in it because they're not jamming into each other. They're just gently resting on top. So this should be sequential. Pretty simple one. So we'll do scan to PDF. Title dot read me first dash O2 dash J75 dash O, and we got to be lazy. Star dot JPEG. Anything else I can do? I don't think so. Boom. Go. Okay. Oh my, 1750. Well, that is a number. All right, now this, which we're gonna scan using this one. Okay. Turning on the A-Vision. How thin are the pages on this? I don't think they're that thin. Nah, they're pretty good. Wait a minute. Okay, that was like, uh-oh, I screwed up. The dot at the top in this is gray. The dot at the top of this is blue. So these are color. These will be preserved as color. All right, but real quick. Here is one. Oh yeah, I got a crop. That part's important, huh? Well, we'll run this back in a moment. Yeah, let me just grab some crop factors for this and do that one more time. Dash M. Nine, 10, 0. How much for the bottom? 3,900. No, there's no way. It's definitely going to be a different size. 5150. Let's just do that for fun. 5150. Okay. Yeah, that sucks, Matrox. that would have been cool. I hope whoever bought that has a very fun time with it. That's what I'll say. Okay. Unrecognized arguments. Oh, I did dash comma, not dash M. Okay. All right. Wait, actually, you know what? I need to start my foot pedal program. It's not what I wanted, but that'll work. What? Did I unplug it? Oh, I did unplug it. Come on. Why? Why you no foot pedal? Let's just look at this really quick. Oh, that's way better. There we go. That's good. Okay. I'm not seeing the foot pedal. There it is. Okay, why does it work on that one? Weird. Whatever, fine. Doesn't matter. Perfect. Okay. CDI dot software I totally know how to spell decisions. Don't look. I'm not reading the manual for this. ILNS. Yes, that is how you spell that for sure. Just plug your guitar to your foot pedal for optimal performance. Yeah. All right. Wonder how Xane's going to handle multiple scanners being connected at once. I don't think I've ever done this. Ah, cool. A-Vision. Go. All right. Reset all that. Let's just do this really quick. Get the cover. Reset all that. Okay. I'm just going to push that in a little bit more. No reason to have the cover have a bad section. Yeah, it is hot in Arizona, Atom Fighter, but, I mean, it's also wet on the coast of California. It's one of those things. I'm not surprised. I'm not shocked. I'm not unprepared. So, it's being Arizona outside. All right, reset the color. That does look better. Okay, scans, dot, software thing, cover. Okay. Do that. And scan. Video talked about? Yes. It is such a cool machine though, isn't it? Now do you understand all of the, everything about it? Got 15 your foreign degrees cooler here than it was yesterday. It's an immense relief. So that sounds like a dangerous place to live, Ellicroft, as some countries do or do not take some steps to mitigate some things. Okay, all right, now we open scan. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to pick a random page in here, mash it in. I'm going to leave it open because there's no real, matter of fact, I can just do this. Why not? Because this is a very, very flat book. I can easily just hold it. And then I can go through each page by hand here. So we'll go fairly quickly. So I'm going to hold this down, get a preview, so I can get my crop. All right. We're going to go there. All right. This is going to require us to do some more complicated post-processing, but it'll be worth it. All right. Reset color. And that should do it. Here we go. This is where the foot pedal comes in. I'm scanning this into the covers folder like an idiot. One moment. Renumber it 1. Go. Okay, that was a good test run, everybody. Good job. Okay, let's try this once more. I want to double check that because I just want to make sure it doesn't do anything weird, like you can see my handprints through it. No, that's perfect. Okay. All right, let's continue. You're not going to really see anything. Well, that's not true. Hold on. I just have to run the program. If it'll actually work this time. So I wonder if there's a space in the path. There is a space in the path. I wonder if that could be doing it. Why can't you? Oh, I scanned it as a TIFF. You know what? We will do it as a JPEG. And we'll redo the first one. And I'll delete the TIFF. Okay, take 3. Okay, image, boom. No. Why? Also, is the stream acting up? Why no image boom? JPEG. Refresh. There we go. That's what I want to see. All right, and flip. Stream behaving, okay. And the page will be upside down. So it says not old enough there for a second because it waits to make sure that the file is finished writing, then it shows it. Because I was having an issue where I was using it with an incredibly slow machine that was taking forever to write the files. So I had to add a thing where it checks, like, it sees there's a file, then waits like 5 seconds before it counts the file as completed. But 5 seconds is just completely arbitrary. And now we get to just roll on. We just go. Now you get to see the full power, or the full power of the fully operational battle station. What is that? What's the quote? See the true power of the fully operational battle station? Star Trek's better. I mean, you know, whatever. What if the file size changes in that 5 seconds? That's exactly what it's trying to mitigate. So it's intended for a tethered camera that is very slowly transferring a file that might take too long to write. So if it takes more than 5 seconds, then it will break. But hopefully it doesn't. So. Hype for Spaceballs 2? I'm optimistic. But there are problems. Nah, see, F1, that's the best part of Star Wars. The Death Star was a sphere because it was constantly spinning. It had a bunch of those, like, what you call it, gyroscope rings in there, all just whipping around. Choose to ignore that because I need some glimmer of hope occasionally. It's more I just miss John Candy. Will that be Rick Moranis' first major role outside of a Mint commercial? In forever? Mel Brooks being 99 only makes it more awesome. That part I'm not as concerned about. I have not seen any interview or footage with him where he seems like he is not sharp as a tack still. We'll need less makeup. The History of the World. I think I saw some of that. I don't remember if I finished it. Who will play Barf? Hopefully no one. Yes, Mel is still sharp, is what I was trying to say. You know, as much as I love Spaceballs and am excited for that, I think we need a Blazing Saddles 2 more. Oh, I don't know, Dziak, that's so hard. Because maybe John Candy would have been okay with that, but maybe not. We don't know. Okay, you know what? There's one person that I think could be acceptable to play Barf. His stunt double. What are your hopes for Strange New World Season 2? Disconnected storylines. It's already aired. I wouldn't know. I don't remember. New Star Trek's kind of, as far as I'm concerned. Okay. I think we can switch to this for a moment here. Not, boop, that. Okay. Let's look at this stuff. So we got the cover here. This I do need to do some color work on because the scanner has one thing going for it. Everything else is just okay. Because this does not look as good as the other things. So if we compare these, yeah, it's not even close. So we need to make this brighter. Not necessarily darker, but maybe a little higher contrast. So levels. Definitely brighter. Let me make sure I don't totally overdo the white level. Okay, so about there. Bring that down. There's nothing black in this, so we shouldn't raise that too much. S3 debuts next week. All right. Pluritoric grump about S5 being truncated to 5 episodes. Yeah, they don't want to make TV anymore. I've determined. See, the problem with this is that those two stripes are kind of the same color. They might actually be exactly the same color. The lighter areas have a matte coating on them, though. That's the difference. I'm gonna go with that. And then I need to make it slightly green, actually. Oh, that's not gonna work. Oh, that super doesn't work. Alright, well, I guess we just leave it that way then. It's not quite accurate, but whatever. Export. Front. Well, it's nice to not always solve every problem in 55 minutes. Yeah. Well, wait. I thought you were talking about me doing the stream stuff. Like, because yesterday was just work, because there were no problems to solve. No, I want simple stories. Okay? The last season of Discovery sucked because it was one long, contrived story that was just like, we want this to be one overarching story. We did it! Yay! And it just... No. Just don't look any different. If anything, that one looks worse. Well, that is an improvement. All right, filters. Recently used levels. I can't just repeat that. Drat. Last two series of Disco to catch up on. Paramount over screwed international viewers. Yeah, you guys got it really weird. Like, you had to watch it on Amazon. So strange. Self-contained episodes in this economy. Yeah. The Engineer? There were like 3 of them. I don't know. I don't know which one. If you're talking about Tig Notaro, yeah, she was awesome. She might have been the best character. Okay. And I will be vague about anything for Ben's sake, so I'm not going to say anything about the actual last one. From Rent, who played with the mushrooms. Oh. Okay, yeah, you know, he was good too. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to use the command this time because I have to. I'm going to mess something up if I don't. Okay. Crop factor. We haven't determined that yet. Oh, ideally there does have to be some. That's right. Because the stupid bad sensor. Grrr. Okay, so we need to crop from the right. I think it's like 93. We'll crop, how much can we get away with? A fair bit, actually. Okay, I'm gonna crop 70 on the right. This can be 0. No. Don't kill the whole list. 70 on the right, and then nothing anywhere else. Okay. Oh, yeah, DCAC, yeah. Also, let's fix the color here. All right, so this is the first real demonstration of the Scan to PDF program. We don't want grayscale, so we're gonna get rid of that. Computer devices dot, please software decisions. Scary, get that out of here. Okay, this. I mean, so my Wagogo TNG had that figured out. So did Voyager. The way that you do it for classic TV shows is you have the same exact formula that, say, The Simpsons will use, where you have the A plot, B plot, okay? Where you'll have your main story as your A plot, and then you'll have like the secondary characters doing whatever the B story is. But when you are doing a drama and you want like an overarching story, you make your season-long story the B plot until the last 2 episodes of the season. Then you bring it up to the forefront, and then that's your thrilling conclusion. Or you do it as like, you know, only the last episodes does B plot become the A plot, and then you have that be your, you know, if you know you're getting renewed for the next season, your cliffhanger. That's how you did it with classic TV. But now there is no B plot, or the B plot's stupid. And then the A plot is the overall thing, and it just makes it feel like it drags on. That's my main complaint, is that they flipped the A plot and the B plot, and it makes it much more annoying. Okay, so it's front and back, and they are TIFF, front, no, well, TIFF, and it is cover, singular. That's my problem with Disco. It was a Michael Brandon show, no real B plot. Yeah, especially at the beginning, and then the beginning of the second phase of the show, after they realized that they wrote season 1 to be like completely self-contained, and they probably didn't want to have to keep putting as much makeup on Klingons. All right, so that all looks good. Save that. Now we get to the color part. So this is one of the features that my software has. We're going to go to levels. Where is it? It's hiding somewhere. Colors, levels. Oh, we're on a hidden layer. Hold on. Colors, levels. Okay. So it looks like our white point might actually be high enough, but I think I'm going to drag this down because we're getting some ugly artifacting. And I can see, why is this not changing anything? Cancel. Colors. Wait a minute, do I have I had an area selected tonight. Colors, levels, okay. There we are. So, let's go there. Dr. Who used to do that, although the B-plot was often just lore drops. Yeah, same exact thing. Like, I forget what's her name, traveling backwards through time or whatever. Sorry if that's a spoiler. That would be the B-plot for the overarching story, which for the A-plot, which would just be whatever thing they're doing at that point. H. Fontres, that is another example. Yes, that's more Simpsons. A-plot would be Homer, B-plot would be Bart and Lisa or something like that. Color spoiler. I don't. Good news. I don't even remember her name. So. Okay. Now you see the color correction I just did in GIMP here? We're now going to apply that to every single page all at once in bulk as we do this. So we're going to do this by adding a white point. It's 255. We just took out roughly 15. I got close to using Python calculator right there. Now I got to use a stupid KDE calculator. Ugh, gross. 242 divided by 255. It's just like that's wrong. Wait, no, that's correct. 95. We'll go with 95. White will be 0.95. Say, hypothetically, if a scanjet in a rental box packing material and it's unused, theoretically, do I need the seller? And it's, I mean, so Digital Ice Age, here's the thing. If the head retention latch breaks, that's the problem. Because it's plastic. So, it depends. That's the problem. Also, it depends on the era of scanjet. I think anything newer than a 4, you might be good, because I suspect the heads don't weigh as much. But a 4 or a 2, I probably would. All right, we're going to set the black level. Survive the original shipment? Yes, but the plastic wasn't 30 years old then. it had more malleability to it. All right, we're going to do this one as 50, which is 0.2. And then our gamma, we get to just copy straight across, so 1 G 1.34. 1977. Okay, so later in the 4, I mean... Size. Is it... What is this, A3? I don't know. Is it big one or small one? It's a big one. I say have them open it. Okay, I think 4C sized. Okay. I would have them open it. If it's CCD, have them open it. I mean, and it would be CCD. just better safe than sorry. If you, well, here's what I'll say. Ask them if they would feel comfortable doing that. And then if they do feel comfortable, have them do it. If they don't feel comfortable, don't. The person I bought my last 4C from was perfect. They were super comfortable with it. They did a great job. Someone not technically inclined attempting to do that, maybe not so much. All right. I believe this will work. Except it's JPEG with an E because Xane is insane. And I think that's it. Oh, wait. No, we have to add one more thing. Okay, there's one more problem here. Okay? So you might have noticed while I was scanning that I had to take the book and I had to flip it around. So every other page in this is upside down. Here's where my software gets really awesome. First off, there's a preset for this, so you don't have to know how to do this, but I'm going to show off how to do this manually. We're going to specify a page order. Now, because we know page 1, let's just go here, page 1 is correct, and page 2 is not proportional, relative to each other. What we're going to do is we're going to set an array here, and we're going to specify 2 scanned images in the array. The first one is page 1. There's nothing wrong with page 1, so we just leave it there. The second one is page 2, and page 2 is rotated at 180 degrees. So we're going to add a decimal that says to my software, rotate this page 90 degrees twice. And with that, this will correct the rotation of this. Now, this margin is applied before the rotation. You can put these parameters in any order you want. It doesn't matter. The software has a fixed order of operations. Maybe if I was really fancy, I could try and do it based on parameter order, but I think that'd be a bad idea. So that will now correct the order of the scans for this. So now I will chmod +x process, and I will run process. Okay, seller has seen that technically inclined given they're also selling mostly shoes and shirts and bike parts. Maybe don't then. Maybe just hope for the best. Make sure they ship it with insurance. And be ready for USPS to own it. You can see how much longer it took to manually scan that, though. That took forever. That sucked. Exercise bike, DZ, that's what kind. Well, good luck, Digital Ice Age. I know I've had atrocious luck with them. Gotta be honest, the one staple for the dot readme doesn't feel all that critical to get back in there in the same spot. Also, I don't know if I can because it's bound to, it's kind of floppy. All right, let's look at our output PDF. Boom, it's perfect. Look at that. Oh, I love this whole process. Everything is so dialed in here. It's so nice. They are exercise bumpers. I was 100% joking. Oh, man. All right, let me get this up on archive. Yeah, you were still right. I guess so. Somehow. Japanese GameCube games have stuff in there like that? Maybe it's time I start collecting Japanese GameCube games then. It's like, she'll be playing for it. Yeah. I wrote this software specifically with this in mind. This was my grandmaster plan here. All right. Some kind of software selection guide for you know what? For new computer users. Included with computer devices dot. It's not really a manual. Scan, book, I mean, I don't know. Creator, computer, devices, Inc. Date, that would be 1983. And language is English. Go. Be a nice tiny one. Guide, it's probably better, yeah. But again, I have no idea what to put in there for tags. I hate keywords and tags and stuff. It is not an oh my god, ADHD compatible concept. All right, I think it's time for the big one. I think it's time we start on the service manual. Okay. So, this is it. The computer devices dot technical service manual for dot personal computer. It's time to scan this bad boy. This is so many pages. You can fit so much technical manual in here. For some reason, it's in a Honeywell binder. It smells vaguely of mold, although I think most of the mold is on the binder itself. You can't see that because it's too blindingly bright. I don't think there is anything on the actual paper. So that will maybe go away. I don't know. But this is the good stuff. There's no use for these. I think the former owner added those. This is it. This is the back cover. This is the front cover. And this is many hours of work. We are most certainly not finishing this today. So I need to, first off, split this into two parts. This will be the normal page section. So these are individual single sheets of paper. We can run all of those through this. This is the second half, which are double wide sheets that have fold out schematics. So I can't run these through that, unfortunately, and they barely fit on the A-Vision, so we're gonna have to use the A-Vision for this. Now I think there are some more standard sheets after the double sheets here. Yes. So there are 3 groups of these. They are yet again not numbered sensibly. By the way, that basic manual that I looked at yesterday that I got confused about the number order in, turns out that it has separate chapters, and each chapter has section numbers which restart. So there are 2 pages in there that are, say, 1-13. So frustrating. So we got so much scanning to do. Oh my gosh. It is not a joke. So all of this needs to be manually scanned in the A-Vision. These two stacks can be scanned in the Epson. So let's start with these. And then while this is processing, I will start hand scanning that. Good thing the non-folded ones, the book scanner will not care about. The bulk work, not sure what you mean. This half is unlucky and goes straight in the bin because you don't want to hire anybody. I'm going to want this back because I'm going to scan these individually because they're loose sheets. And I want to make sure that we don't get any bleed through the back. Well, let's put that there for now. Okay. I'm going to rest this just over here. Do I want to? Because I got to think about take sheet off, put sheet on another stack. Kind of work. Dave would be really good at doing it at the Enterprise. I mean, he would just read it, memorize it, and then resynthesize it. Like, because you can only scan so fast. This is also where photography can be a better solution. All right, let's do the covers first. So let me bring this back up. All right, here we go. New folder. Service manual. Okay. Covers. Just gonna run first sheet through. This is how half the pages go missing. What do you mean, taking everything out? Kind of have to, really. No, not a lot of choice here. Oh! There we go. That needs to be full-sized. All right. That's front cover down. I feel like this would be the point of the tricorder scenario, and it's uploaded. Yeah, maybe. Tricorder just x-rays the whole stack all at once. All right, let me do the rear. The rear does actually have their address printed on it, but that's it. I think technically it should go like this, but it doesn't really matter. All right. Put a Lobby offer on it. If it breaks, won't be super devastated. All right. Here's hoping. This manual's Dave's page came binder pages. Pre-internet law books, I don't know. Putting one stack over in the safe place so you won't remember later. Oh, like over here. Well, no, I'll remember that. It's right on my desk. I'm just trying to figure out what's the best way to handle these during the scanning process. So like I might actually move the keyboard out of here and the mouse because I, in theory, won't need these once we get really going. You know what? I'm going to make another folder wide. That'll be where Xane saves its stuff. So I'm going to move that keyboard up there because I'm going to be manipulating two sets of pages here, which is where this will get complicated. No, three sets of pages, actually. So I'm going to put the scanned wide pages on this stool. Okay. New ones, stay there. Okay. I'm going to grab a stack off of that. Here we go. Okay, Xane. And let me point this thing at the new folder. Okay, so no folders in there yet. Xane, this. All right, let's change the output. Service manual, wide, JPEG. The number doesn't really matter because I'm gonna have to renumber these because I don't know what the final page of this is gonna be. So let's pop the first one in there. Oh, this is complicated. Well, we're just gonna make them wide. That's how it'll work. Okay. So page 1 will get flipped. Okay. Preview. Why are you not scanning? You're up. Okay, that's gonna need a lot of pressing. That needs so much pressing. Let's reset the color. That'll help. Okay, I'm gonna... That did not help that much. Okay, well, that sucks. We're just gonna have creases because I am not, I'm not gonna try and refold every single one of these. I think I'm just gonna scan the entire print bed because it's not like it's gonna get that much better. Okay, let me reset the colors. Acknowledge that this just finished super fast because it's an incredible scanner. Plop that down. Grab the next part. Okay, it goes in like this. So start at 51 and go back to here and here and go. Do I have a vintage LaserJet? I do not. Are those 4K monitors? Not even close. They are Goodwill 1080p monitors. Actually, I think some of them might have been sent by a viewer because I have 4 of the exact same monitor because I wanted to be able to do a 3D or an NVIDIA surround setup demo at some point. And these are of the era-ish and are good enough for, are good for that. Come on, not old enough. Show me the image. Wide. It is this folder, right? There we go. Okay. So there's our first scan. Now I flip it. This is going to be the thing that gets me to add a no PDF output. Didn't even occur to me. Yep. Because I'm going to want to join multiple sections of the document. I'm going to need to be able to disable the PDF output. All right. 1 down. 1,000,000 to go. Oh man, this next one's awesome. The one after the one I'm about to scan. That's the coolest one. Oh, it's so hard to get these to align. Stop being so fast, Epson. 93. Yeah, H. Vontrez, the best part about that is it's in the manual that you get with the computer, so there's no way to not read that. I'm posting this one to Discord as soon as the scan's done. Needs power from hands to scan? Kind of. I'm pressing down on it to try and eliminate the bend in the paper. The creases, that's it. Alright. There's that one. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Wait, that's not the one. Oh, it's not done yet. Oh yeah, look at that. That rocks. Okay, let me find a open new window. I don't know why it takes me so long to manually scan stuff. It's not like I ever get distracted. Oh, it's 8.2 megs. I just barely exactly can't do it. Hold on, you're getting a miniature version. There you go, enjoy. Later I'll crop out the one part to make it the full size. All right, next page. Wait, was it only the first one that folded to the inside? That's so weird. Can you use that advice when you buy your next machine to replace the dot because the dot sucked? Yeah. These are really good diagrams. I see you beating me over there, Epson. All right. This set, I'm going to offset by 1,000 numerically, just to make sure that I know that they're different, and it'll make it easier for me to do the other ones. So I'm gonna do this, and then I'm just gonna make my number offset by 1,000. More leisure time. Yeah, definitely. The more I buy the dot, the more time I have to sit around doing nothing. Yep, that's how it's working for me. Get compensated for scanning emails or uploading them somewhere? No, I do not. The only way I get anything for doing this is through you guys watching and supporting through the stream. That's it. I'm doing this for pure altruistic reasons because this needs to be done. No, swarm. Exposure. Make sure to check for double feeds. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Ben. Oh, oh. Swarm, thank you for the 100 bits. Well, 101 bits. Oh yeah, that's right. I need to watch that while I do the other scan. Make sure it doesn't double scan. Those pages are really thick in there. I feel like it's not going to double scan. Just check page nums. There are no page numbers. That's the thing. I keep saying about all these stupid old manuals. Are you hearing? Wait, you guys aren't hearing the deck talk? Yeah, I am hearing it. How are you not? That's weird. Give me a second for my hands to be free and I will check that. Discovered you can edit bits. You can edit the bits and there's no stopping me now. Yeah, it doesn't have to be 100. No, it can be any number above 100. Okay. There's that. Yeah, so the page numbers, again, let me just zoom in. Oh, I can't zoom in on that. Here, let me pull one of these up. That is what we see for a page number. And that's what they're all like. So every single one, I cannot tell what it is. Okay, you guys are not hearing the deck talk, huh? I'm gonna be quiet and try restarting it. You are...
Not subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 30 months. And says my overdue notification from earlier this week, :E. End of line. Algemet says CHER 100 have some bits, apropos of nothing. End of line. The swarm of dead insects says we do what we must because we can CHER 101. End of line.
There we go. Fixed. That was on me. Alright, I mean, it's always on me, but, you know. Alright. Well, the Epson has done its part for the dot. That's kind of it. Oh, wait, no. There is still more. There's the... Well, for the dot, yes, but not for CDI. There's still more CDI stuff to go.
Dr. Stoppel says CHER 100 the deck talks. End of line.
Dr. Stoffel, thank you for the 100 bits. You know what? I think I have an optimization I could do for the visuals here. Give me a moment and I will implement that.
Spaukin says blah 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 CHER 100. End of line.
Spooky, thank you for the 100 bits. That was the front. Let me do the back, and then once this page is free, I'll make it. You know what? Here. I'll do it right now. This is only for this that it makes sense, but it will make sense. Boop. And then... Okay, let's do it this way. There we go. Now you can see the full page as I scan it. So, about 5 seconds after it finishes scanning, it should show up. Boom. Thank you, Mr. Tutti Frutti, for the good luck. This one may not be in there correctly. I'm not sure.
Nekalek says CHEER 100. This program was made possible by contributions to tech tangents from viewers like you. Thank you. End of line.
Thank you, Nakalak. Oh, that's weird. That's what the keyboard looks like when you disassemble it. Huh. Who would have guessed that there's the service manual would show you what it looks like when you take it apart. It's going to be crazy to be equipped with all this information. It almost feels worth breaking it all down into its own like web page for service stuff, like make an HTML version of it. But since they're currently, as far as I'm aware, after that other one sold, there are 4 people who own these. Oh, of course, there are individual sheets mixed in here. Thanks. Okay, well, I'm scanning this with this thing because I don't want to break up the set. So, thanks. That's wrong. Just anxiously waiting for which way around is the printer connector. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, I'm not going to find out here right now because I'm not actually looking at this stuff. But definitely, yeah, that's one of the huge things that we'll get out of this. Go to OCR the final PDF? Yes. So you can do ! GitHub and go see a repo that I have there, a simple scan to PDF. That'll show you that is the exact processing script that I will use for this. And you can see how it integrates OCR my PDF into this. And that will allow me to add OCR to this as the final processing step. Dude, I'm so happy I wrote that software. This is a very unexpected use case. It's so good for this. All right, back to big page. Man, the backside of this shows the CRT with the deflection coil thing, the yoke on it. And I thought it was a hard card at first. I was like, they made a hard card? But no. On that, the whole deflection coil yoke thing on the tube mounts really loose on there. It is weird. You can totally like wobble it around. It's crazy. And yes, absolutely, you can be archivers using my software. It's one of the reasons why I do it. I encourage everyone to do this. Good news, we're like 1/10 of the way through. It would help if they had better pages than this one that shows this is a fan and it has a wire on it. This is a very underwhelming page I'm about to scan. See that one there? That one's a cool page. That's a hard card looking one. This one? Nah, this one sucks. What model is your flatbed? This is an Avision FB6080E. I have it because it is a book edge scanner. I have a whole video on it, actually. See, look at that. Wow, it's a fan, and it has a wire on it. So cool. I'm glad they made a diagram for that. It should not wobble around it. Yeah, so that's the thing, Helicroft, it does. It mounts very loose. It floats. Like, it's clearly designed to do that. It's designed to wobble around the tube. Really useful for me. It showed me how the wires can be routed from under the PSU board. Vital information, getting the screws back in. I don't think this one's doing that. The other side though, boom, card. And now we get into schematics. This is going to be a schematic for the card. And unfortunately, you're going to see the main problem with these now. This page exemplifies everything that is wrong with this. This has both issues. I think this might be the worst page, though. So hopefully the rest of them aren't too bad. So there's going to be one problem here. The next side will have the other problem. Yeah, I just use an air compressor. I like to, you know. There's a reason I bought that. Actually, the reason is my desoldering iron, but it works really well for cleaning too. All right, so you will see on, I think the the top side here in a second. Yeah, bottom left. The print is like just gone. It was very faint during the transfer or something, and now it's just gone, unfortunately. This side has the opposite problem. Yep, giant blob there on the left. It was like it was overexposed or something. Don't have a compressor. I was looking to buy one of the cheap ones. Don't look suitable. The expensive ones I can't just buy. Yeah, a compressor is of course perfect solution. Not quite for my tiny apartment. Ah, you say that, but my California Air one is really good. It is possible to get one that's quiet. They're not cheap, but it is possible. So, you know, it just depends on how much you want that solution. I bought the fancy artist airbrush one that's meant to be super quiet so that I could use it in my office, which is very similar to an apartment. Yeah, I don't know, it just feels so weird to say, like, I'm gonna use a battery-operated air compressor. Like, that just sounds so weird. Like, I'm shocked that that's actually viable. You just said exactly what I was thinking. I need to look at airbrush compressors. Yes. I think you can even get some really tiny ones. Use mine in my apartments, no complaints from the neighbors. I believe it. Picked up one of those battery-powered turbo fan blowers for general lessening. Does a decent job. Just keep your hair away from the intake. Yeah, that would be a problem for me. That's one nice thing about the air compressor. Ask me how I know. Oh, I understand. I have definitely, yeah. When I work on a car, I actually tuck all my hair up into a hat. Thankfully, not because of a learned experience, but because I know. I think we're a third of the way done. We might actually get this scanned today. I didn't know if we would, but it looks like maybe. Look corrupt. Yeah, that was a mistake. Speaking of cats, does anyone else's cat desperately want macaroni and cheese? So I was having breakfast this morning. My cat was like, oh yeah, I gotta have that. He always loves mac and cheese though. The smell, we don't give it to him. We're not insane. But like, man, he wants him some mac and cheese. How old is that scanner? USB 3? It is USB 2.0. This is a CCFL version of the scanner. They make a contemporary LED version, but it is literally the exact same chassis. So you could buy a brand new one, but it is the same thing as this. The short version of the video is that this model is sold as an OEM scanner to use for like complete scanning solution packages, and you'll find it under a lot of different brand names. This one is actually Ivina branded, but it is an A-Vision. I know for a fact there's one on eBay right now that is ScanX branded. But there are a bunch of them, and I cover all the different brands in the video, I think. I think I also cover the difference in the LED versus not LED, because my local library has the LED one. First time for me here, do you by chance have sources for old compilers? I have found some on archive.org, thought you might know some sources. No, I don't have any sources for ones that aren't already online. Other than ones that I have that maybe I haven't scanned yet. Like, I know I probably have some books that are like compilers, but it'll be for like ancient architectures, not for different languages. Don't think you list all the brands? I wouldn't be surprised if I don't, because there's probably tons of them. But I think I covered a number of them, at least like 3 of them. There's one, I don't remember what the one is that my library has, but it's not Ivina, and I don't think it's ScanX. Well, the scanner, it was $3,000 new, okay? That's not what I paid. That's what the suckers at the library who get to spend the tax money pay. I bought this for like, I don't remember, I'd say at maximum $300. Which is not cheap, but it's the same price I paid for the dock feed scanner, so it's in line. Although this one's used and the bed scratched. Probably has 1 billion hours on the lamp, because it never turns off. I mean, it does eventually, but after a long time. Which is probably better, because when you're bulk scanning like this, you'd rather the lamp be consistent between scans. Having it shut off and turn back on and having different warm temperature profiles, you know, it makes more sense to just leave it on for a while. Printer control board. Oh, this is the one. That's the connector right there. See note 3. Cut J2 pin 4 to base of connector. That's their keyed pin that isn't actually used for anything. So the schematic on the other side might tell, okay, hold on. It's J2. J2. It's TX and RX. It's RS232, I suspect. So it will be polar. So one is correct, one is not. And it makes sense that it's a serial printer internally, since the 1201 was a serial printer. As long as it works, it's fine. You mean the scanner or the printer? Because the thing is, so if you didn't watch the video, the 2 dots that I have here, the printer connector was reversed between them. It has 3 serial ports, maybe. But the connector is a header, and it can be incorrectly plugged in backwards, and one of them was. The connector is ambidextrous. You can insert it whichever way you like. I mean, yeah. Theoretically, that would be possible if you put RX in the center, TX as the outer pin, ground as the outermost pin. could totally be rotatable. That's how USB works. Or C, that is. Revision change? That would be the weirdest revision change. That would be horrible. Determined that just leaning on this is a lot easier than pressing down on it with my hands. Going with factory oops? Probably. I forget which one was backwards. I cut out a part in the video where I mentioned this, but I'm very sure the white phosphor one has been monkeyed with a lot. So the field service one, I could see it having been a debug unit that they took to customers' locations when they were working on stuff. Excuse me. For example, it has brackets on the back for some kind of like serial or parallel port, and they are CDI brackets. They're painted brown. It's an ISA backplane card thing, but there's no card in there. It's gone. And there is a foam piece in the top of the case that retains the cards in that one. I didn't notice if it was in that one. Might be why the other one doesn't have the little card holder clip thing, but it only has indentations in the foam in the top of the case for the CPU card and the CRT controller card. So it never had any other card in it in the long run. So it may have been used to test some cards in the field. Did you find the word processor software? Yes and no. I do not have the word processor software. I know it exists now. Sounds like you have late production machine from company about to go over. Yeah. Oh, I'll say this. I might have been wrong about there only being 500. It was my best guess based on the sources I had available. But I have new evidence that there might be almost 1,000. But yeah, not like an insane bump up, but yeah. 501. No. I have seen serial number 880. But that's not necessarily an indication that they sold 500. So who really knows? They had a company press release that officially stated 500. Think they ended as landfill? I mean, the 880 kind is in the same batch as the one that I bought that was brand new from the same seller. I think it's the one they opened, though, to check everything. So the box was also really trashed. By the way, I should say this, in case any of you are crazy and want to buy it. They shipped it, but just slapping an address label on the original box. So be careful. Build 1,000 only sold half? Maybe. Yeah, that would be hilarious, actually. Like, they needed to clear out the warehouse, so they just sent, like, 50 of them to every single distributor who bought some. It's like, they're your problem now. I'm really pleased that that software is working. The scan preview thing. I want to check my phone really quick. It doesn't look like I have any notifications, but let's see. Nope, nope, don't do that, eBay. Bad. Oh my gosh, the eBay app sucks. Oh, there's messages. Okay. CompUSA used to do that sort of thing, especially at manufacturing runs. Managed these machines actually gained a foothold. It would be crazy. I don't think they're gonna end up like that one TV computer, though. I don't think with the prices they're asking that enough of them are gonna get out there for there to be a resurgence. The app on the desktop's no longer showing me some descriptions. Have to use a mobile app. That's weird. These things in the browser, if you have a chance. Yeah, I can see that. eBay, I want as an app for notifications. For when I forget to set a timer. Use a script or program to auto-rotate your scans? Yes. Trying to rectify everything, such a pain, takes more than scanning itself for me. So, look on, you're the second person I'm telling this now. Run the command in chat here, !GitHub. Go to my GitHub repositories or account and look for simple scan to PDF. It's a Python program that I wrote that automates the whole thing. So you can provide it a list to tell it how your scans are rotated, and it will automatically unrotate them based on page ordering. So yeah, that part, that sucks, but that helps make it much less painful. You bought a new boot. Yeah, that's what it's called. And the expansion have it open in over 2 years. So much you care about it. I am not about to say things about the Naboo for disparaging reasons. These are just how I see this as a computer collector and someone who has been around collecting and hobbyist things in general for a while. So do not anyone take this personally. I am prefixing all of that because things did not go the way I expected last time that I talked about the Naboo. I am pretty sure we're going to be at the point now where the Naboo has basically gone back to being forgotten. I mean, maybe some people are still interested in it, but a computer that primarily gets all of its software over a coax television connection that did not come with local storage is not a tremendously easy to use thing. And it's not a very usable computer. So I don't see what you would do with it now. I know most of the original software, I think, was actually preserved. I don't know what it is or how good it is. I suspect there might have been something like a cassette or a word processor that you could get through that. And maybe you could save documents to cassette, but then it sucks. So I don't know. I don't get it. The modem simulator software, yeah. Has the server software been released? Because I think last I saw, you still had to connect to it over the internet, or was it released? Gone forgotten all the way through new and exciting, through all research to, oh yeah, that's exactly. See, my problem was I just skipped directly to the, oh yeah, that, because I was already totally familiar with this concept. Almost as useful as DG Mini Computer. I bet you I could do more with the Micronova than you could with a Naboo, as you get it. You can't say, oh, but I got a floppy disk emulator or something. No, because then I get to do that kind of stuff with the Data General. But yeah, I don't know how the I don't know how the Naboo software is currently distributed. Because I think they didn't, like, really have the rights to give it away because it was, like, one of the Naboo engineers, and I kind of don't blame them for not wanting to get sued for, like, you know, giving away all their stuff, especially after that, like, dude who had the, what was it, like, Fallout 2 code somewhere on an old hard drive, and Bethesda was like, hey, yeah, that's cool, you preserved that, delete it. So, you can do it, you can run it all locally? Okay, that helps a lot. I think it's a lot better than, I did not know that, I haven't looked into that. Arduously write software in the micronova, save that to the drive, and come back, use it over and over. Yeah, that's true. I have documentation for a full way of programming the computer in a way where I can do it all locally. It came with an assembler. So. What other hype cycles in vintage community there besides Naboo? Commodore 64. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I feel like it was the idea that everyone who wanted to get one could go get a brand new 80s computer and that they were cheap because they sucked. And it made it feel like this community thing where people were like, yeah, we're all going to do this. We're going to revive it and make it work. But then the reality set in that it sucked. So it's... I don't know. Sounds like an idea for a collab one of the Naboo collectors. What is there to collect? You get the computer, the expansion chassis that I don't even know what you do with. Like, does it have disk drives? And then you go, here's the original software. That's it. There's no packages, no boxes, no manuals, because you got it over cable. And again, this is not to disparage the work that people have done for resurrecting Naboo. I think that is fantastic. It's kind of like the dot. I don't think the dot is that exciting of a thing to use. I think that it is a cool historical point, but it failed for good reasons. And it is not something that should be brought back. Like, I would not recommend anyone, like, try to replicate a dot. It's all edutainment. They released a dozen titles. All games and work in process. Oh, gosh. Oh, God. Oh, great. Now I gotta wipe this off. Couldn't not sneeze. I couldn't release my arms or this game would have been ruined. Ugh. Oh. Computer reset, yeah, but that was a little different. Computer reset was taking the trip to Mecca to, you know, go pay homage. That was different. I both do and do not regret having gone to computer reset. Go wash your hands, you get it over. I didn't touch any of it. It's fine. It's nothing wet on my hands. Also, this is not brand new documentation. This is potentially slightly moldy documentation. Wait, did I scan both sides of that? I don't think I did. Slightly moldy might be why I sneezed. That doesn't look right. Oh, because it's under wide. Okay. So. I did not do both sides. Yeah. No, I did not go to a computer reset. I'm saying I don't really regret not going, is what I'm saying. It's 20 of them. Yeah. Never had a chance. Somehow own IBM PC300s rescued from there. Got it for free geek. I had a very unfortunate set of circumstances. That's the reason that I recorded the IBM RT video. I attempted to get some stuff from Computer Reset, but because I refused to have a credit card, I could not rent a car to drive back home with the stuff. So I had to leave it there because I couldn't ship it. It was very frustrating because I would have an IBM AT. If not, I would have had a 5154 a lot sooner. Very annoying. Yeah, Ben, that stuff's very annoying. Didn't hear the word not? Yeah, it's no problem. That's one of the reasons why I don't regret not going there, because I would have seen all this stuff that I would have been like, hey, yeah, can I just spend, a weekend here with a grease weasel and a floppy drive, no supervision. We're full-time, couldn't book vacation long enough. I still really can't afford to do something like that. I mean, I know I spent $1,500 on the dot stuff. I'd actually been saving a lot of money recently just to not financially screw myself. And then the dots happened and I was like, this is a very, very rare opportunity. So I was like, I'm gonna go for it. But I would not do that for something like Computer Reset. I attempted to just for the stuff, and I'd estimated my sum total cost was gonna still be like $800 for everything, and that was without even staying at a hotel or anything. I was flying in, renting a car, picking up stuff, and leaving, like as soon as I possibly could, minimizing costs. Yeah, I don't have vacation money. A weekend or 20 for the archiving. That's the thing, is like, it would probably be more difficult to find it all than it would be to actually archive it, other than the fact that I would need like a stack of 20 drives so that when each one gets to a moldy disk, I can just switch to the other one instead of sitting there scrubbing it. I feel like there's a lot of fighting in rescue. Would have been awkward if you weren't a celeb like LGR. I think I had more cred then than I do now. So I don't know. How many views do you need to make the investment would be worth it? For the dot? Let me wait for the scan. Here, look at... I'll get you an actual figure in a second. Been far to find new old stock ones? Yeah. So the dots cost me exactly as much as the Hydro Thunders. I think all 3 Hydro Thunder videos added together barely cover the cost. Yeah. So go add up the views for the 3 Hydro Thunder videos, which are 222,000, 97,000, and 129,000 views, and that covered the cost. So yeah, we're looking at like 500,000 views. It's not good. It just isn't gonna happen. Oh my gosh, it's the stupid floppy drive head load board. Wow, that is a really large blown up schematic. I didn't even pay attention to that. I'm just scanning and yapping. Yeah, that part really sucks, Digitized Age. Come YouTube celeb, they said, if you become rich, they said, hey, that's not why I did it. Actually, I wasn't even intending on doing it, which is probably the correct way to approach it. I was doing contract software development work and YouTube at the same time. And it just happened that YouTube ended up working out. There are a bunch of pages in here that are not wide ones. Screw this. I'm going to ADF these. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that if I don't have to. Okay. When's the Hydro Thunder with the CRT? I don't want to commit to anything like that. And I don't really enjoy being asked about those same things over and over again, like the data generals, especially when we can look at something like the data generals where it wasn't really that well received. It's 1024 by 254, I believe, old school J, for the 132 by 25. This is a blue chair, retro gamer chair. That's the Hydro Thunder. That's the arcade machine, or like arcade cabinet. So I mean, in a way, yes, it is a retro gamer chair. Yeah, RF Programmer, that's the only, it's two things related to that. Maybe you'll attract more people to support you on Twitch and Patreon. Some of that happens because I do things that people don't do that people appreciate, like the archiving here. So this offers something unique that people appreciate, and it does lead to more direct support like that, which helps me to continue this stuff. And then the other thing is this is more when a video really takes off. When something like those Hydro Thunder videos that reached over 100,000 views happens, the individual video doesn't necessarily represent the entire revenue from that video, because let's say 50% of people who watch that video are not subscribers. And then let's say even just 10% of those people who were not subscribers decide to watch another one of my videos. That then means that the Hydro Thunder video, by secondhand contact, got me more watch and ad revenue from the other videos. But that is very difficult to measure other than just overall channel revenue relative to video releases. But you can't really easily tell without looking at a lot of metrics all at once. Two orders magnitude off. Corrected math says roughly 175K views to break even. No. No, it's going to be way more. Because again, the Hydro Thunder videos in total, all three videos, that's like 500,000 views. That barely broke free. If you're going back to the CPM discussion that we had in Discord, it changes when you reach different audiences. And sometimes it's worse, sometimes it's better. So here, video game viewers more likely to click ads of vintage tech nerds. That's true. That's why something like, say, the Digital K video did way, way better than anything else. Let's see. Well, I don't know what analytics I can see in the app from here. I'm going to give this as a proportional amount here, if I can. Okay. So The the Hydro Thunder main video, the first one, is about 25% more AdSense revenue per view than my channel average. Okay, that was for the first one. For the last one, it was 50% more. No idea why. Now let me get you let me just sort by most viewed videos. So the Windows 98 20th anniversary one, proportional to my current channel average, made about 2.5 times as much per view. That's for the Windows 98. I'm going to do the Digital Decay because it's more recent, more relevant information. And that one reached a much wider audience. That one actually made about the same per view. So yeah, totally variable. Let's go for a super depressing number. The Mario Kart video made below average. Didn't even know that was possible. I mean, well, average is, yeah, average, whatever, but yeah, still. So, yeah.
100 CPM just to get Ben happy. End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits, Chloe. Is there something special about this? I don't know. I'd have to... I can't easily click that link right now. Actually, can you post that in Discord? That would make it a lot easier to click. Oh, wait, no, I can... Yeah, why is that not clickable? That's weird. My chat doesn't make that clickable. My chat thing. Viewer. Yeah. The same blues, PDP stuff, maybe one with that. Oh, the chair? You mean by Data General? Similar, but yeah, no. Yeah. It's click per... I don't know. I don't know what it stands for. Every even slightly technological person I know runs uBlock Origin, does not see any ads. Yeah, Phildo, that is the main problem with running a tech channel, is that your viewers are really savvy. I have mentioned this before, but I've seen the RPM, which is the dollars per 1,000 views that you get, or CPM. It's the same thing. I've seen that for stupid business channels that are just like made for idiots, and I'm not gonna like be chill about that. They're very dumb channels, and they'll make like 3 times what I do per 1,000 views. It's very annoying because their viewers are dumb. They don't run ad block and things like that. So. Let's see. Nah, I'm looking Digital Ice Age. Oh, they're talking about, yeah. So you need dumber viewers? Kinda. Dumber viewers 100% equals higher dollars per, yeah. I outbid Tech Time Traveler. I outbid everyone. That was the whole goal. But that's who it was. I wasn't actually paying attention. There was also someone who commented that they'd bid and it wasn't Tech Time Traveler. So there's more. I don't understand why people were interested in it. How it's not that well known. But yeah, it's just kind of funny. I think it's funny that he commented that he's a YouTuber and still somehow didn't see my video pop up. Tells me my video is doing terrible. Their videos rush. No, the like dumb business ones. It's just not even worth talking about. It's just stupid stuff. The homeopathic business. That's the best way I'll describe it. Literally, that's just how you make the cable. I mean, that's kind of cool, I guess. Like, look at that. It's just the cable for the floppy drives. That's all that is. Like, here's the dimensions that we use to crimp the cable. It is cool to see that, but it's a little weird. Some reason your videos never get recommended, even though I watch them a lot. Yeah, I don't understand. I feel like there is some just vague numbing or block for the channel. I don't know. Bios exploration and sports, 8 pages. Oh, wow, that's fancy. Usual character attribute doesn't look like int 10. Send any graphics modes. My responds. I think it said it should do graphics modes. I think they had some advertisement images of plotting, but they also lied about being able to fit IBM disks, so who knows. Although you could be correct in that they were talking about 160s, but I don't know. They definitely overpromised, under-delivered with it, but it's still not as bad as the floppy drives, just being weird. I do think I could dumb down my videos a bit and get more viewers, which is a thing, but I don't want to. Looks like assembly drawings used to make cables added to the service manual. Yes. Very 1980s computer system promises. Yeah. Dumbed down videos don't equal quantity. Actually, I would say the opposite. No comment, digitalization. Boom! Scanned. The whole service manual. We got it done. I think it was only like an hour and a half. That wasn't too bad. Well, pre-breakfast, let me put it this way. If you become known as the person who always destroys things, that's not going to go well in the long run. How many pages? Ooh, we can find that out now. Give me a moment, because I want to recollate all this. That goes there. This goes there. Boom. Okay. Stream early end? No, because now we got to process it, which is going to be a whole other bucket of fun. There's no covers there because they're right here. All right. I'm subscribed to a lot of tech and gaming channels. Just got bored of earlier this year. Thank you for not dumbing down your videos. That is one of the reasons why. My goal is has never been to appeal to the masses or to make money. It's been to just do what I want. What I want to do currently, working-ish. Count if we missed a page. Nope, pass. There ain't no way. It's like mode setting table has 10 slots. Only those are used. All right. Does it blend still around? I didn't think they were. All right, so 24. Hold on, let's do. Can't do that. Hold on. Ha! I have a workaround. Excel to the rescue as a calculator. Okay, so equals sum, go. Okay, so 24 pages here to 4. 69 pages there. 206 pages there. 300 pages. 301 if you count the covers. Boom. Chloe. Fine, I won't use it again for the rest of the stream. Aw, shucks. I really thought it was going to be more. I mean, it is more if you count the double wide ones. So there'd be 140 of those. I would push it to like nearly 400. So, but it's still not the 500 I thought. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits though. All right. Yeah, I missed your question, Digitizing Sage. I did not intentionally ignore it. However, I will say this. I haven't watched those videos, so it would not be proper of me to comment on them. So I have not, I only have hearsay to go on, which is not the correct way to espouse opinions. So I will not. Does have implementation of get set graphics pixel functions. Oh, cool. What does phone want? I mean, a lot of videos could be, Philip. I mean... Okay, so... First things first, I do have to add the no PDF feature to Simple Scan. Because I'm going to need that. So let's do this. Make sure it's up to date. Git pull. It probably is because I have not updated it in days. All right, here we go. So this is the PDF scanning program. We're going to add an argument to not output a PDF because I need to be able to only work with the images. So for the center pages so that we can rotate them and stick them in there. We're actually going to have to do a fair bit of post-processing or pre-processing before we finish the post-processing. I try to keep my videos content rich, but that's actually part of the problem, is that they're too dense. Like you can look, there are people that are commenting as complaints that I think are valid, that I don't give enough time for people to read the text that I'm highlighting on the screen. But I feel conflicted about that because I'm there to give a summary of this. And I was basically using the visuals as my bibliography for where I was getting this information. So I'm actually, let me bring up the video actually. I am genuinely curious for opinions on this. Hold on. Let me bring it up on the other tab. I don't want YouTube throwing up random homepage stuff. Pause exists. The pause button does exist. I get that, but there's a middle ground. And I'm curious what you guys would think about this. Thank you for the 100 bits. Font tries. We can make PRC software to be more entertaining, add sound effects or scanning or something. No, not like that. The live streams, who cares? Those are meant to be boring. You're sitting here watching me scan pages. I mean, this isn't going to be like the most exciting thing. Dude, I keep getting this ad over and over and over again. I'm not using your stupid AI vibe bot for coding. Okay, anyway, here's the thing. So you guys might actually be able to hear this if I unmute. Not that, this. No. Is it the direct capture? Is that it? This? Is this not set to use HDMI audio? Okay. So I think you guys can hear that. So here's the thing. So let's say I'm doing this. So very quiet. Oh, well, all right. So let's just mute it and then talk hypothetically then instead. Okay. So here's a section. I am talking about this. I am paraphrasing this. What would you guys think? You can't hear the video in stream? Okay, then never mind. The other option here is that instead, oh, by the way, literally no one caught this. I included a whole paragraph here talking about Seaforth Lyle. Not a single person's caught this. Anyway, what I could do is introduce a segment and then read what the text is on there. Like verbatim. Instead of writing my own script. So I could do that. And then that would make it guaranteed that it's on there enough time for it to be read, because I would read it. So white text, what do you expect? Oh, that was the whole goal. I didn't want people to be distracted by this. It's a fun little Easter egg in the video. I do this from time to time. So yeah, no, I didn't expect people to see this, but I'm surprised that no one did, is what it is. I have hid other Easter eggs in videos that other people have found. This one, no one so far. Don't think that would work. That's the thing, is I don't think that would work either, but I'm saying the computer was released in April of 1984. I can either read this verbatim, not show this at all, which just does have me sitting here talking to the camera for longer, and I personally feel intermixing these kinds of dynamic things where I show my references, even if it's just for that, for like 3 seconds, is better than just having the camera on me yakking away. So it's a balance. I don't know. But yeah, it's a difficult one. In general, when I put up a text box thing, I try to have enough time where I can read it twice out loud before it fades away. That's what I try to do, because my reading speed and my speaking speed, way too fast. So I actually timed out this video. I used a website that's like, if you speak at 135 words per minute, here's how long the script would take. And I beat their time by like 17 minutes when I finally edited it down, and it turned out I spoke at like 165 words per minute or something for this. I just speak fast, even when I'm reading a script. So it makes stuff like this a lot more difficult to fit in. I think where you're doing it is fine. See, that's the thing. Let's say for 90% of my viewers, that's acceptable. But that's my viewers right now. What if there are more potential viewers who would prefer it be slower? That's the problem. I don't want to speak slower. I watch almost every YouTube video at 2x speed. I don't want it to be slower, but like sometimes I got to think about it, this stuff. And I hate this. This is the part of this I hate. If I could afford to have someone else edit every single one of my videos, I would, just so I don't have to think about this anymore. I would love a channel manager. Because I can't stand this. Sound effect cue every time text on screen to prompt viewers listening to the video in the background to switch tabs and read it. I don't want that, because again, with the way that I did that, where it was like every 10 seconds I was showing a different thing on screen, and then the intent wasn't necessarily for people to read them. It's to show you like, this is where I got this information. So I don't know. You can slower and make it longer, more ads. So I don't run mid-roll ads. Because they suck. They're annoying. And I don't know, man. It's such a pain in the butt. Maybe I should run mid-roll ads. I don't know. if I don't want to manually place them because it's like, you know, work. And the last time I tried to manually place them, it just, I wish Digitizing, I can't afford it. I just can't. Just straight up, it's not possible. Like I'm telling you, this video, the dot video is a loss all on its own without having an external editor. That's what I'm saying here. But yeah. Oh no, you can't please everybody, but that's the thing is what is my everybody? I have to figure that out. Anyway, I don't know. I'm taking in feedback that people are giving me on this video because this video was a mixture of a lot of different aspects of how I normally do videos. All right. We need a disable PDF output function. So it would be a good parameter shorthand for that. No, I've actually paid Digitizing to help me edit a video before. They work as a video editor. We already have -X for grayscale. For, you know, cross out the color. Grayscale can't be C because that's for the prefix cover, and it can't be G because that's for gamma. It's D set. Oh, there is no -D. Okay, disable PDF. Boom. Disable PDF. Do not output a PDF. Intended to be used with -E to only output images. Sometimes you just run out of letters. I know, right? It sucks when it happens. X Unicode multiplicator side. Oh gosh. So is the capital letters to start on? So the way I'm handling that, capital letter ones are passed specifically to OCR my PDF because it has its own ton of parameters. So I'm using capital ones for that. So you can deskew if you want, and OCR my PDF will do that. Title is OCR my PDF, yeah. It's 1/3 of the stream on the right darker than the rest. I think your TV's dying. Sorry. The right is darker. What? How? Oh my gosh, I know how. Wait a minute. There we go. That's weird. Actually, I think the right is brighter. I don't know. Weird. Whatever. Okay, fixed. Okay, so -D was safe. I wonder what I was saving that for, because I feel like I was not using that intentionally. And that third flickers? Wait, that third was flickering? That was supposed to be fixed. All right. Git, commit, the darker areas on the right. Weird. Why? Maybe it's my contrast because I'm sitting at an angle to the monitor there. Git, commit, AM, add no PDF out option parameter. Okay. Right was brighter. See, that's what I thought. Yeah, the overlay. What overlay was on? I had an overlay for when we were doing this view. I could press this button to see the right half of the screen. Okay. So let's go back to, not covers, to wide. Okay. So we need to output When you're playing the YouTube video, huh? I don't know. Default? Oh wait, yeah. I didn't actually finish that or add any logic for it or anything. I just added a parameter. I'm like, done. We want this to be action store true. And then we want args, args OCR, yeah, so this. If args disable PDF sys dot exit 0. Close software here if not outputting PDF. Git commit -m add the code to make previous commit actually do something. Git push. I are good programmer. How do we feel about non-45-degree traces on a PCB? On modern PCBs, gross. On vintage PCBs, yes. Because vintage PCBs, it means they were traced by hand. There is a vertical line in the editor, yes. That is intentional. That's the 80 car line. Okay, so these are always facing the correct direction. We don't need to do anything with that. We do need to crop them. So let's work on the crop. Open with GIMP. And we need to get our color looking good too. So we're going to rotate 90. Let's just go ahead and do that. Transform, rotate 90. Okay. So I'm going to be a little aggressive on this. Ooh, wait a minute. I should load in some of the terrible ones. Hold on. We don't want that one. Discard. Let me find one of the awful ones. Because I want to see the dark area and the faint area, and I want to make sure I don't... I'm more concerned about the faint part, so I want to see one of the ones where the print was too thin and it didn't work. So this one is probably the ideal one to use. Yeah, so down here we can see the ink like didn't take or whatever, so we can't even see that part. In theory, I could try and restore that manually, but I'm not even sure there's enough information there for me to do that. Like, what is this? Is it just X1? Maybe, based on that. What's this? No clue. What's that? 17, maybe. R7? 511? Yeah, so we're missing some stuff there. But I want to make sure that I don't do any of that. So, put PCB screenshot in the tech channel. What do you mean PCB screenshot? Oh, for a comparison. Here, okay, let's see. That's a tough one. I get why you're doing it. I don't think I would. I wouldn't notice it. But I wouldn't call attention to it. Or I would have sarcastic silkscreen with a big line that points to this non-45-degree trace here. Deal with it, sunglasses. Okay, so let's work on our color processing for this. Colors, levels. Okay, So we need to make sure that we get rid of some of the folds, because those are a problem. But I don't want to crush this too much. We'll pull the black in, and we're messing with gamma. Yeah, so you know what I need to do? Cancel this. We're going to duplicate this as a cheat code here. Okay. So if you duplicate the layers, you can hide the one that you're working on to compare, and then you can see if any detail is actually lost. So I can see we are not actually losing detail. We're not suppressing all of the background noise yet, though. So we could go a little more aggressive on this. So, okay, in this area, are we losing any detail? We are not. Some of the details are being shrunk a little bit, so maybe we could adjust the gamma to reduce that a little more. So yeah, like that. That's better. I'm not trying to 1-bit it. You can see there's still some gradient there, but I want to make sure that the fold lines are not as much of an issue. So yeah, the parts of the schematic that are good look really good. Matter of fact, I can even pull this down a little more. Right here is about where it looks the worst. Yeah, we're not losing any detail. We're just removing the background. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. Okay, so this becomes our color factor for the A-Vision scans for all of this. Okay. The example, the dreadful sheet, appears to be the one that you want to read. Oh, gosh. No. DRAM ROM board assembly? Oh, man. Grain of the paper, you can almost smell it. Res is high. Yeah, I love this. I would love to preserve this, but with the creases, it's going to cause legibility issues like this. This sucks. But, do that, bam. Wow, that line is actually a problem. There's nothing I can do about that. That just has to stay there. But I think this is going to have enough legibility issues with those lines and things that I need to do this. Okay, so let's not that, well, kind of that. I'm going to save this to service manual wide process. Okay. Manual wide. Okay. We're not going to use this. We're actually just going to switch to -D here. We can get rid of all of that. No OCR. And then it'll be -E output. Can fix that with an image editor in a bit of time. Yeah, but we're looking at 70 pages of that. So no, I'm not going to do that. If someone else wants to, they can. I'm doing my part. I'm getting it scanned. Like, I got to pick my battles, and my battles do not include trying to fix all of this. So, okay, on the rotation, this will be the right side. It looks like both sides don't touch. Oh, the bottom barely does not touch, so we should crop the bottom just a tiny bit. And that is the bottom, right? It is the bottom. Okay, so how many pixels should I shave off of the bottom? Let's go with 30. Left, right, top, bottom. On the right, we'll do 600. Left, right. Okay. We're not changing the page order, but we are going to rotate 90 degrees. Okay, I think that'll work. You know, I think I want to try a thing. Hold on. I'm gonna make my program slightly more efficient because I can. Do I need to? No. Do I want to? Yes. Okay, open with Kate. Hold on. Yeah, disable PDF. Okay. Ooh, that's a little... There's no great way of doing that. Result equals that if not disabled, then that equals result. We'll have to make sure this actually works later. Done fixing mails in the past. Is very numbing job. Yeah. I have 50 hours commit fixing storage kind. Yep. Fifth page, removing creases. You want to not look at pages anymore? Exactly. You know, we'll just leave that. Let's just create an empty array. Okay, I think that'll work. We'll test that first. Okay, so process. Why is that not working? It is here, right? Yeah, it's right there. Wide. Did it not get chmod plus x process? Process. Go. Vroom. Okay. So it should make a folder output. Good. That's looking pretty good. Sort by name A to Z. That's a pretty significant crease there. Not a lot you can do about that. Wow, these are rough. It's almost like the color is not being applied. Anyway, why is there black over here? Weird. Must have rotated. It definitely tells me color's being applied, though. Oh, yeah, that stupid one. I'll have to fix that one manually. Same with that. Oh, I know what happened. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay, I know exactly what went wrong. Cancel. I did not change what the color values were. Idiot. Okay. Hold on. Channel. Hold on, I'm gonna go watch my own stream. Videos. I just need to go back to when I was showing the level. Come on, let me move this. Why? You're supposed to be able to drag the playhead on this. Why is it not? yesterday stream walkway record. Yeah, no. Twitch has a thing for that. You could specifically mark a stream as a rerun. We've gone full meta. Yeah, I'm trying. It's like we're watching it buffer each level of the stream here. Why is this not working? Will work there now that I paused? I think it's too late to go back and clip. Okay, I guess I'll just color calibrate it again because I can't get the values. All right, fine. Colors, levels. It's pretty aggressive. White crop. No, hold on. Cancel. Duplicate this. Don't have anything selected. Colors, levels. Okay. Aggressive white crop. Aggressive black crop. It was like 97 or 93 or something for this. Okay. I think this goes higher. Okay, then double check it's not removing anything. It's not. It's mostly legible. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and use that. So, our values going to be gamma is 0.93. The white point is, I'm gonna go with 83. The black point is 0.2 again, 0.21, let's say. Okay, now let's try this. So these should be a lot more contrasty here. Yeah, that is more what I was expecting. Ouch. Is that one just like that? That's 3. Yeah, it's just bad print. Oh my gosh, that one's so good. What? That's 4. How big is 4 here? Still 8.2 mega. No, that's not it. 4. That's 2.4 megabytes. Congratulations, you're getting full res. Boom. Look at it. Ah, it's so good. That's what I'm saying. This technical drawing is awesome. I put it in Discord. You can have it. Yeah, so there you slide off the back. It's showing the disassembly. This is nice. Oh, this rocks. Oh, there's a little doodad. 14 card bracket. Oh, this is impossible, by the way. I was wondering if you were supposed to disassemble it that way. You are? They're crazy. That's stupid. There is a screw right here, okay? There are 2 in there. It's not just one. They make it look like there's one. There's another one in here that's under the CRT. I used a left-hand Phillip, or a 90-degree angle Phillip driver to unscrew that by like 12 degrees each time. It was awful. Those are ISA slots. I don't really trust them though, because the computer's so weird. I don't know what this is. This looks like something from 2001 at the end though. So yeah, these slots, this one here and this one here, are theoretically ISA compatible. Oh, this is awesome. Okay, so we have those images done. I should go through and I need to find this. I'm just going to crop this by hand here because it's dumb.
Spyro the Proto subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 40 months. End of line.
Spyro the Proto, thank you for the tier 1 sub there and for 40 months. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. That's such a long time. Ah, Coder Joe, you got it. Thank you. That's pretty close to the values I used. That'll work. Thank you for finding that. All right, crop, boom, save, go. Okay, next page. Why did... Ugh. Wait, did it save the crop? I didn't know it would do that. Fancy. Oh, I think I was supposed to crop the bottom too, and I forgot slightly. I don't know, whatever. Just crop. Save. Wait, that's very, very wrong. This is why friends don't let friends use Gwenview for anything. Hold on. Why does it keep cropping that? Maybe I accidentally cropped some on that side. Whatever. Okay. That's all good now. Have to grab the PDF just for those. I mean, yeah. It's going to be a big PDF. Okay, where did the mid one go? I didn't actually keep track of that. Huh. Cool. This is going to be fun. Okay. How crushed are these from the Epson? I could do a little more crushing. Matchup timestamps. Well, it's probably going to be this. I'm going to match the 699 there. Figure that out. Now let's open this with GAMP. All right, so basically no left-right crop. That's kind of scary. I think I will crop each one by like 20 pixels. What are we thinking? 40? 40 pixels left, right crop. Hold on, let me save this as mid. No. Process.sh. Okay, so 40 on the left and right, just to be a little safe. The bottom is going to be some safe factor going in, let's say 2700. Okay. No rotation. Yes, disable PDF. Comment had on Fediverse. Someone remember working on MS-DOS machines. Interesting. Like you said, code found his matches recollections. When they read it all in the house for some reason, you're just mistaken about which machine he's working on. I don't know. My inclination is that he might be mistaking the machine. I don't know. Lately, the other one, firmware programmer working in the BIOS, programmers who wrote it, experimenting many different style functions. Just check it out. I don't know if Digital Ice Age is still here and can post the link for Facebook, because I don't know if you actually gave me the Facebook link. There was someone else who, in whatever Facebook group, retro mini computers dash or comma workstations, comma servers and consoles dash welcome is, whatever that Facebook group is. There's someone in there who posted that they worked on the BIOS. Yeah, I don't know if you can find that link to the Facebook group and give that to Ben, but Ben might want to try and get a hold of them. I don't know. Seem to be rooted in KDE pretty firmly. Why not Krita? Because I'm rooted in GIMP even more. I don't know. I've literally never tried Krita. Never. I have no idea how it would even work. I just install GIMP and I use GIMP. It's entirely possible I would prefer Krita. I don't know. I just haven't tried it. I think right now, while I'm trying to like get through the project, is maybe not the best time to try and switch, but I would be open to looking at it. I will say I don't have a problem with GIMP's name. I know some people do. I feel like it might be going a little far complaining about that, because I think there's a fork that just renames it. There's pick your battles points, and like it's not that bad. Yeah, what Money's saying is I thought Krita was more for drawing. So okay, we'll go 9-3 again. Oh wait, no, that's 9-3 for white. Here, that feels about right. This is 8-3 for gamma. And then 20 for black level. More for digital painting, straight up image file manipulation. Okay, it's one interesting bit. Every bit of text printed by the BIOS is done through a print text string number interrupt. 42, kind of weird. I don't know enough about BIOS level, unfortunately, to absorb that. Cannot access star.jpg. Cool. How did that work on the other one? Oh, because that wasn't Avision. Yeah, Philip's point is kind of my point, that there's nothing wrong with it. So. Oh my gosh, that looks so good. Some of those pages got a little wonky in there. They're kind of crooked. That's unfortunate. I don't think it's worth a rescan. I have a feeling those are just too thin print disconnected lines. Oh, here's the part that's awesome. This is the Sony OA-D30 manual, just included in here. These are schematics for the drives. So, boom. Oh, why did that one have to be one of the ones that got all wonky? Oh, wait, no, it's just printed like that. The holes are correct. Yeah, I'll double check that this one is bad. So that's 24. Yeah, it's just bad. So, not a lot I can do about that. Alert's broken? What do you mean? Save drive schematic as a separate item. There already is one that's just up. Deck talk is off. No, we fixed it. The deck talk is not off. Wait, gifted a... Aspire the Proto just subscribed 9 minutes ago and that one worked. I heard that. No, it's not. Did you guys hear Spyro the Proto's one? Because I did, and nothing audio should have changed. I see your gifted sub there. No, not gift sub. Spyro the Proto's resub. Here, let me just show this. So, it caught Spyro the Proto, but it did not catch the gift sub that I'm a Cat just gave to Old School J, which I do appreciate. Yeah, I see that.
Says CHEER 100 is this thing on? End of line.
Your gift sub is a different... You heard nothing right there. I saw it on the VU meter. So somehow a directed gift sub is an event that is not handled by this. All right, I found your API data that was logged. I don't know why it didn't work. I should stop logging chat data. Like, I really, really, really should stop logging chats. There's only 178,000 files in my log folder because I log all chats ever. Oh, that's so smart. But yeah, I found your gift sub thing, so I can look at that later and figure out why that did not work. I'm going to add a folder to this for fix, so that I know that I need to fix that. Because that one didn't work. Log chat, log into one file. I'm logging the entire JSON API object that I get. Memory is cheap. I mean, it's more the inodes that I'm going to run out of. I don't know if Twitch broke things or I never handled it or what. Something weird happened. All right, so we're calling that output good. Okay. So this was $6.99. Okay. So let's go back to here. Wide output. So we got 637. If I wanted to be smart, 37 plus 60. So it'll be somewhere around here. 98. Oh, I totally nailed it. Okay. So between here and there, we can rename these to, let's go with O2 dash wide number. Why would you do that? One. Rename. O2 wide. Can I do 1, 2, 3? That'll work. Okay. Then open containing folder because I'm so smart. We'll do this. O3. Not wide. 1, 2, 3. here to here. 04 wide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that sets that. Just for all the chat logging. Oh, gosh. Let me make a merged one. Merged. Okay, so I'm going to take all of that. I'm going to put this in here. I'm copying and pasting it. I'm going to take this. I'm going to copy and paste that into there. So now it'll go 02 to 03. So 698 to 699, 6100, perfect. Then 6122, 6123, okay. Now, back to here. I renumbered these starting at 1000 for the second half. So if I go back to the merged and I look, the last one was 4. So I'm going to start here. No, these need to be processed still. Okay, let's process these. I can use the same thing that I used for this. Did I make a process or I just paste the command? I think I just pasted the command, but we can just use that here. Okay. So for all of this, yeah, we can do this. So I'm just going to let this go. Boom. Okay. That will be good. We're going to grayscale this because it should be. While that's working, let's look at the covers really quick. You're not going to break my log. It's been going for too long. It's seen too much already. Okay, colors, levels. See what we can do here. That just looks weird. It's very, very faint.
R8ers from T2 SDE have joined. End of line.
T2 SDE and Raiders, hello and welcome. We are currently working on processing documents from these two incredible computers here, but the same computer. But I recently got documentation from this for a brand new one. If you want to know what this computer is, because I pretty much guarantee you've never seen one before, you should check out my YouTube channel to go see my latest video, because this is a Computer Devices Dot, which is the first PC that ever had a 3.5-inch floppy drive. But what I am currently doing is processing a technical service manual that I managed to get for this thing that includes full schematics and diagrams for everything. So we are working on getting this processed so that I can upload the full scan of the service manual to archive.org so that anyone else who ever manages to stumble upon these has the resources to be able to refurbish it. So I'm trying to do my part to make this as documented as possible. Ugh, that looked terrible that way. Now upsets me. Dots O doesn't sit on the text baseline. That's your problem, not my problem. Wow, pretty much anything I does make that looks worse. Dang. You know what? We'll just crop this one. It's fine. Whatever. Okay. Time to make a t-shirt. I don't own the rights to that, and I will not be doing that. For reasons related to things that we were somewhat discussing. I wasn't really discussing earlier, but you guys were. Because you never know what's gonna happen. Front. Export as back. Pre-breakfast, if you want to see it running, you can go watch my video. They turn on, they work. It's just not a great idea. Because they need to be recapped, especially the white one. But the orange one has its own gremlins as well. I'm just going to crop these. So this one, I'm going to do a real lame adjust colors, contrast. Yeah. Just clear out the yellow gook on the side. Okay. So it finished processing all of that. Okay, I think according to the one post in Discord, the copyright word mark on the logo expired. Maybe. It might be. That doesn't mean I think it can still be bought. I'm not sure. Okay, I think well, let's go back to the other stuff. We'll bring in the covers and stuff in a moment. Okay. So this is our output. So we'll have this through oh, that was my fault. Hold on, I stopped paying attention. This. We're going to name this 00 dash I don't know, not wide 1 2 3 boom, and then the other one needs to be 5 merged, yeah, 5. Managed to scroll past it 3 times. Okay. 05, not wide 1 2 3. Okay, now I can copy all of that into merged. 299 pages. Okay, now for the covers, rename this one 000 inside. Copy that to merged. Boom. Then the last one will be 06 inside. 06 inside. Nope, merged. And then we can include the covers directly. Okay, one more. Actually, let's do this one. Save this as CDI service manual process. Okay. Computer devices dot. Let me bring up the cover. Refer to that for the full title. Did I close GIMP? No. Okay. You know what? For the title one, just do Technical Service Manual for dot personal computer. Okay. So it's covers front and back. Front. No crop. Yes grayscale. Title, optimize, JPEGery, front, rear. Okay. LS merged JPEG, because I think that's where they all are. Merged, yeah. Okay. I think that'll do it. This one might take a little bit. Let's see what happens. Process. Let's chmod plus X. Kate, you could really stand to copy the flags here as you resave a document. Go. So it doesn't have to do any wonky page ordering. It's just got to put them all in there. 234 pages. What? That doesn't sound quite right. 300. Page end. I know what happened. Star dot star. It ignored all of the wide images from the A-Vision. Am I back? Looks like back. Okay, probably back. I don't know. Reading comments. You guys ready for comments while this churns away? Okay. Cookstream said, remember having some of those Sony floppies that the shutter would stay open until you squeeze them? They were single-sided. The discs are not single-sided. The drives are. I dropped. I was already the video. I felt that was the hook that keeps people watching through the whole video. Actually, I'm going to look at the viewer retention after this. You know what? I'm going to bring up intro now. I'm even back partially. How much? Oh, attention on this video. Okay, 11 minutes in. I think that's when the history section. I was really afraid that they would just drop. That's a kind of surprising drop for me, though. It's usually a lot flatter. That's kind of strange. Another episode of mean tweets. They're not really. Yeah. Okay. Nope. Shelly Channels is in her town. I'm Scott. So I was waiting because I did do an on-site recording for this. The day before I shot that and to the office, the first day I even knew that building was there, I happened to drive by it and I was like, what? That's there? That's relevant to current thing. I'm going to film current things part there. Which was also really nice because I had zero graphics for William Northfield. Some of my bits are getting zapped. I will disconnect and reconnect. but I don't think it's from the office. Okay, we'll see if that fixes anything. Okay. Let's see. So that was not the same person. Okay. I tried restarting it to see if it would fix any of the glitches that you guys were saying. Hey, wait, cache exhausted. Oh my gosh, it filled the image magic cache. I gotta give it more space. Hold on. Vim, etc. Image magic. Let's see. Now, super secure password. Disk. It is going to use more than 40 gigs. Well, we got 600 free, so you know what? I'm feeling generous. Have 128. All right. What are you doing that needs more than 4 gigs of cache? It's loading the raw image data through image magic. So each one of the pages has like RGB. Glitching again. I'm getting a different message. Oh, that one. Okay. I don't know. Okay. Okay. How many pages at once? It's 300. Okay. What I don't get was it's clearly a bet the company product. They seem to understand the importance of compatibility in software at the time, yet not hardware. Neither is complete without the other. Seems to have been both product. So I've done both the product company, and I guess it's the lack of vision boarding, common sense that I don't get. Seem to be most of what they were, but accepted this fatal flaw. Why? It is quite the question of why they went with the 3.5-inch drive. It is weird. Aerated comments that they want you to reply with? Yes. Yeah, I can click these and then I can hit reply. And those are all AI generated as garbage. So if you ever see any channel that replies to every comment, look at that little squint in one eye. Because they make it too easy. Work is important for history documentation. Great, thanks for joining me. I appreciate that. Thank you. 9 seconds of the video show a picture of the Hyperion. That's in the Popular Science magazine. It's to the left of the Jonos. Had one of those. It was a great computer. Great time to be alive then. So many different computer ideas going around. That's the whole, that is the main takeaway that I think is the general thesis of the video. There were so many ideas and things going around. It was totally different. Is there no way to turn the AI suggestions off? I mean, Stylus could probably do it, but no, there's not. YouTube is going to analyze, here's the crazy thing. Not only does it analyze the video, it analyzes what they said, it analyzes how I reply to people and will try to fake what I would say. It's crazy. Well, Helen Croft, that would be a problem if people were able to load software onto it to find out. But it didn't even get that far. Oh, this one getting the comments a little rare, other than people saying we did it and trying to take a victory lap right now. PS4 to PS5 analogy, I don't think really applies to PCs. PCs are not really generational. I mean, point. That is literally what I was trying to say. They saw the analogy and then went, that's not an analogy. It's like, it was literally an analogy. Anyway. Man picked up sealed OS box like it's holy grail. It is! Wonderful video. It's amazing to know the software manuals now out there for people to preserve for decades to come. It is, absolutely. Thank you, A. Lynch. Heart that. I always feel weird about this, but like, I don't know what else to do. I think this is the default text, not to discredit that. Maybe they typed that in, I don't know, but I think that's just what it says when you do a super chat or a super thanks, whatever YouTube calls it. Very cool machine. Your enthusiasm is infectious. Definitely interested in those non-standard 3.25 inch drives. It was only a couple years later they're standardized. Ah, this is red. Yep, they were standardized, better fragmentation. I was saying the weirdest thing that I don't understand where they were coming from at all possible. This is worth me, like, doing a dog, you know, crooked head thing here. Let's see. Where is it? Come on. It's got to still be there. They didn't delete it, did they? That'd be kind of funny. Oh, it's got to be there. There it is. Use an MSX computer. They have a disk mode compatible to this. MXX uses FAT12 as the default system in MSX-DOS. Yes, because if a standard PC can't read the PC format, an MSX computer certainly will. Oh, yes. Just tuning in and seeing Twitch version of Clip Show. Just wonder what was archived. Oh, so Shade Tree. Yeah, it's currently, the system is down here processing all of the pages for this chunky service manual for the DOT. What file systems do you think MS-DOT used? I know, right? But yeah, no, I was just reading comments while we were waiting for the PDF to be created here. It's about to start building it. I am horrified at how big the output file is going to be. Here we go. Adds the last cover. You add the last cover, right? Back. I called it back, right? Yeah, it's back.jpg. Oh, it doesn't add it that way. It doesn't talk about it that way. Okay, so output.pdf. Here we go. Let's switch to this view so we can see how big this gets. FAT12, or is it facetious? It technically sort of uses FAT12, yes. The problem, we scanned the whole thing, Remdog, yeah. We just blitzed through it. The ADF worked great. The A-Vision was with the foot pedal, not too bad. 12. So if you're aware of FAT16 that you would use, or EXFAT for formatting small drives and stuff, floppy disks were formatted with FAT12, which is similar, just has different limitations. But yeah, what was the other thing? Yeah, so the DOT is sort of FAT12. I think what Ben has like non-standard identification headers for the disk that are meant to tell the operating system what size the partition on the disk is. So no other system can it, and I'm not sure how well other systems handle single-sided FAT12 media at all. Like, I've never seen one. The only times I've seen that are like wonky hardware level, like copy protection on early IBM games. Oh, I didn't know that, Ben. Oh, that's truly terrible. Was it meant for copy protection? No, there wasn't FAT16 yet. It was just FAT12. That was the thing. FAT12 was the first IBM PC file system. So 349 without optimization. So that number will get smaller. To give you an idea, the basic manual that had about this many pages ended up being 140 some megabytes. Wouldn't surprise me if the cards were FAT12. They were tiny. They were almost floppy disk sized. Not too far off at the minimum. Gonna hang on to the scans or just be happy with the storing the PDF long run. I have never deleted scanned files yet. There will come a day when I probably have to, but until I have to, I probably won't. So, and my entire process here does not touch the original scans, which is one of the reasons why it needs a gargantuan amount of disk space. I'm not modifying the files in situ. I am loading everything into RAM and cache, processing that, and then writing out my final file. Called BIOS parameter block, PPP. Should probably stick that on GitHub at some point, wrote a script podge. Yes. I didn't understand why it's difficult to go back the other direction. I haven't looked into that yet. Have smart media PTSD? Smart media is best. Look at them all. They're glorious. Those are going to feature prominently in my next scripted video. So it archives the archiver. Gonna need a bigger storage system. Yeah. 3 volt or 5? Oh gosh, I wish I had 5s. I desperately need one 5 volt smart media card to use with my Roland MC505. No, I have 0 5 volts. Makes me very sad. Well, I have to find an emote, and I don't use emotes. What's the name of the emote that was the guys doing this? Does anyone know? Oh my gosh, there's every animal ever on the planet in Unicode. Well, I can't tell with it. Maybe here. No, that's the Twitch one. Not Twitch. I meant Unicode. Might the dot play Oregon Trail? It can't do anything because there's no software that can be loaded directly onto it. Maybe it's not a standard one. There it is. I found it. I don't know what it's called. Oh my gosh, it's going to be 300 megs when it's done? I corrected the title, right? Oh, I did. Okay. That would have sucked because there's no way to edit that. Here we go. 1 dot technical service manual PDF OCR'd. Look at it. Oh yeah, that's the stuff right there. We can scroll down. Look at it, go back up. Look at that. Glory. I didn't grayscale this, did I? I forgot to grayscale it. I took like 20 minutes. 18 minutes ago. We don't have time to read. Oh, it is there. Okay, I did. Good. I can read. Where did that picture of the thing go? I didn't think. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that looks fine. Okay, that's good. This is why we grayscale, by the way, because there's grays. Never 1-bit. That looks okay. How does that look in the actual thing? What page is that? 1-0. Great. Close enough. The actual print is very, very faint and difficult to see. Kind of ambivalent on the glare on the screen there. It tells you it's CRT. Seems like sloppy photography. Yeah, well, I was more trying to see what it looked like compared to the actual print. Then we got the schematics. Oh, yeah. This rocks. Okay, let's get this uploaded. Are you guys ready to have some serious dot preservation happening here? This is a $100 PDF, by the way. That's what it cost me to be able to make this. Not even counting the scanners. This has been a very expensive project. Worth it. Full OEM service manual with drawings, schematics, parts lists, troubleshooting guides, and more for computer devices. Tags, manual, service, scan. Miss the opportunity for dot? Oh, no. Oh. They don't want to fight, I presume, Disney. Computer. I find OCR My PDF, which uses Tesseract, to be really good. Computer devices, Inc. Date published, says 1983, right on the back.
CHER 100 dots for computer devices ... End of line.
Dr. Stoffel, thank you for the 100 bits. Looks most expensive thing you may not be able to get original. I mean, there's a lot of expensive stuff out there. I have a feeling the SR51s we were talking about yesterday, service manuals for those are probably a little more expensive. All right, manual, service, scan. Yeah, it's probably good. Upload, go. Woo! All right, stream ends when this finishes. Let's see. Absolutely no idea. Presumably one all bay. I mean, animal. They're saying knock at the door. Apparently, car's alarm's been going off for a while. Oh, that's hilarious. See, at that point, I think they had an inkling they really needed to be IBM compatible. At 83. Okay, so you're asking why did they go IBM compatible in 83? I mean, I can tell you this. Let me give you an idea, a taste of how IBM pilled the market was. So, January 82 is a giant 5150 on the front cover of Byte. Okay? That's January 82. By November 83, Byte has an Inside the IBM PC special issue. Okay? 1984, August, there is a full-on dedicated issue called Guide to the IBM PCs. By 1985, there is another inside the IBM PC's Extra Edition issue. So it seems like the market was pretty clear that IBM was going to steamroll everyone by the mid 80s. So they probably saw the writing on the wall. Like I said in the video, they clearly had this thing done in 82. So it's a little early there, but I would say, yeah, probably by that point. Byte break, that's as close as you're getting, because I'm not pulling them all out. Despite all that, quite a lot of manufacturers ignored persisted with CPM. CPM had a lot of groundwork. CPM had more history than Microsoft DOS. Microsoft was the outlier, the new kid on the block compared to Digital Research. It's also funny. I had someone complaining in a comment that, like, I don't get what's so special about this computer. The Commodore 64 was better, and the Amiga releasing 2 years later would blow this thing away. It's like, well, yeah, one, the Amiga, one can make up whatever performance specs they want for a fictitious computer. And two, for the Commodore 64, they're completely different markets. Like, the Commodore 64 has horrible video resolution for text and stuff. No one wanted to do word processing on that, which is why the IBM consumed the market. So it's just, in the Commodore 64 had a piddly amount of RAM compared to even the DOT, which had double, but the maximum specs, it's crazy. So it's just funny. Like, compared to something like the 64, yeah, the IBM PC seemed like a spaceship. Compared to something like that. Keep in mind, the DOT is contemporary to that. That thing is an unbelievable monster, but, costs as much as a house. Old school Jay, you're saying you did word processing on the C64. I said no one wanted to do word processing. I didn't say no one did it. I'm saying no one wanted to. Yeah, Ben, that's 100% true. It's especially now, because no one can envision doing their taxes on a DOT. So it's like, why would anyone use this computer? No one would do that. It's just games, because games are immortal. Quick in 93, not as much. Speaking of games being immortal, what about the games that aren't? Where are we at in SKG? I want to know. Why does Googling SKG not bring it up? Oh my gosh. Wow, they needed more SEO on that. Stop killing games. That'll work too. All right, where are we at? We gonna reach it? Probably. Kind of hoping to reach it sooner. I really wanted to make a 144 megabyte joke. Trying to decide if it's worth sticking. I would say anything is worth sticking on the archive. If you have software of any kind, there is dumber stuff on the Internet Archive. Just saying. Like, one guy who uploads his podcast that no one listens to the Internet Archive is less worthy than your tax software. I'm serious. So, yeah, there's way dumber stuff to put up there. That's not true. Literally, no one will ever need to use it again. Not true. What if someone runs across old tax backups that they need to go through? They need a copy of the software to be able to read them. See, that has value. Some dude talking about what he thought about Frozen 2, not as much. Yeah, local H, that, yes. The personal files gets difficult though, because like I want to upload disk images and then I realize that deleted files exist, and that's a problem. That's amazing, Remdog. Oh, local H, 100% not all deleted files are bad. That's the other tricky part. You know what's... have I said this on stream? I don't think I have. So on the official MS-DOS disk right here, okay? I'm holding on to this for the actual second video, so I didn't say it in the main video. But in this, the official published MS-DOS disk, there is a source for the io.sys Microsoft kernel for the dot on here. So we actually have source code for the DOS for the dot that was a deleted file on the original disk that they shipped out. So we have some pretty good hints of how to do some stuff. So yeah, you can take the disk, use the grease weasel, take the flux from archive.org, use the grease weasel disk format that's on my wiki, decode it to a binary, and then view it in a hex editor, boom, io.sys source. So I was asking someone about this on Mastodon earlier. Here's the source. So yeah, we have that through a strange series of events. I think it's absolutely hilarious. Their developer was like, right, here's the final version of it. And then they're like, I think it says it's Massum in there somewhere. So yeah, like here's the final disk, and they're like, cool. And then they just used a bit by bit disk duplicator. It's hilarious. Oh my gosh. Because I mean, like lesson, learned there, you should probably copy just the files onto a truly blank disk if you're going to, use a disk duplicator. I wonder how many were shipped like that. Because I wonder if they replaced that disk at some point and they just copied the files at some point over. Good for provenance? I mean, we couldn't have asked for more on that. Like, that's insane. Like, if we could have picked one file to have, I think that would be it. For 500, probably all of them? Maybe, yeah. Well, that's the other thing. There might be more than 500. We have seen serial number 880 now. Well, I have. I haven't fully shared that with everyone. Does the OS2 museum know yet? Know what? That the source for io.sys is out there, or for the dot, or of the dot, or I'm not sure the context of your question. And I have no idea when DOS got undelete. I've never used that. Item is ready. This will probably never derive because the PDF is way too big. I uploaded a different one that like this, and it just said nope, and it always says this file is large like this. So I would not be surprised if this never derives. Blech. But maybe the way that I'm processing the images now, this is better. I don't know. What kind of trickery can you use to get serial transfer program onto the dot computer? Okay, so there's a pretty simple way that I could get files onto the dot computer, I think. Because we have BASIC on there, I think it would be possible to write a Kermit receiver shim that already exists to a disk on the dot, and then run Kermit to transfer some kind of like Kermit receive program onto there, and then we have door open back and forth. Every standard thing that you would think, interlink, networking, probably file copying over None of that will work because it's such a barbarically ancient version of DOS. So that's about it. Tell us more about the high serial numbers. That's realistic. I've seen 880. That's it. That's all I got. So there may be that many of them, but we don't really know anymore. The only thing I know for sure is that the company said in like September or so that they only sold 500 of them. That's all we have is like a real figure. And then the book, Why Companies Fail. This one right there lists that the 4 months leading up to the October bankruptcy, they were only selling 50 a month. So those are the only two figures that we have. So the 881 kind of throws stuff into question. Maybe they changed the serial number based on configurations. Maybe they included prototype ones into that they didn't actually sell. Who knows? So, yeah. Sold versus how many they dispatched. That's, I think from computer devices perspective, they would have counted ones that they sold to resellers. So I don't know. They produce them in order. Maybe they produce 1,000, sold 500. I don't know. Use PS2 keyboard emulator type. Most of it in bulk? No, because it's not a standard XT keyboard interface. Why not just write something and use a weird disk? Because the Sony floppy disk drives that are in there do not use a Shugart interface. So I would need to make an adapter for that, which is not impossible. I think Hellencroft might have even made one. Sounds kind of familiar, but it's not, you can't just plug a Gotek in. So, what kind of person would have bought one of these? A cool person. It was meant for like traveling computer usage. Like you want to print out a sales receipt or something, just bam, there's your computer, calculate up your sales record, your spreadsheet, bam, done. So what market? Yeah, I don't know. Their big market was portable hard copy terminals. So I really do think traveling salesman. Fine, write the flux to an actual disk with a grease weasel, but we still don't have a way of modifying it. That's the problem. We can't just image the disk with flux and then load it in 86 box because 86 box can't read a dot disk. As much as the dot can't read any other disk types, other cannot read dot disks. They're equally weird. Can't find my only 5-volt smart media card? Ah, that sucks. They're rough to get, which is why I don't have one. Even if your business is computerized, your client was thoroughly paper-based, your business doesn't even have to be computerized. Like, again, you could have sold Microsoft Multiplan for this. You could have a sales form that your, like, sales rep takes to a site, fills in the purchase order, and then prints it out on site with totals and stuff already calculated. Like, bam. Totally would make sense. All right. I think... Okay, but Coder Joe. Again, the problem is not that I can duplicate the disk with a grease weasel all I want. I can make an unlimited number of copies of the MS-DOS disk. That's easy. I cannot add any new files to the flux for the MS-DOS disk because nothing recognizes the file system. That's the problem. Anyway, I need to switch over so we can end stream here. The problem is the structure of the data on the disk being completely unique. Nothing else can interface with it. No existing tools, nothing. We would have to write our own, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, yes, I could write my own software from scratch to do anything. I could write software for the DOT to make it just read 360K disks. I mean, through work, all things are possible. I mean, so end stream, yeah, we got an end stream. We ran over, but we did get the... Did we get everything uploaded? I mean, I didn't upload all the little ancillary document stuff. I don't know if I'm going to do that, how I'm going to handle that. Like I said, I might add an ephemera upload that just has all the random stuff. But I think that is... Did we archive everything for the DOT in 2 days over 8 hours? Did we get it all done? That's insane. It just hit me. It's done. We got it all archived. I mean, there's some stuff I wanted to scan the box. I guess I could have done that. Wow, that's crazy. That's so good. Thought you added the format to your script. No, just the Greaseweasel decode is not disk def is not the same as being able to read the file system. So, all right. Yeah, the Epson definitely rules. That made that possible. Way too efficient. I know, right? That was ridiculous. It's never that smooth. But all right, it is time for the outro. Okay. Well, that was a shockingly productive weekend. Like, what? Everything for the dot is now archived and up on archive.org. I mean, the README first errata thing, I need to get that one up there for sure. That will be a standalone document. But yeah, that's crazy. Pretend 360 single-sided, 3.5 inch. I think it's closest match. Yeah, that makes sense. Archive-tastic, I know. Like, that was crazy. This live channel is supposed to be in the end card. I don't know what you mean. Oh, you're talking about for like other things? I mean, I'm not saying you need to go there. I'm just saying that's a place that exists. I mean, they might also get angry that, you know, I'm using, let's say, Patreon, because money is exchanged there. So, whatever. Shall I look forward? Yeah, Ben, go search for VT100 in the technical service manual. Go do that. You'll see, it's listed. I swear. Anyway, all right, thank you all for watching. Really glad to be able to do this work. Next weekend, we dig into the hardware because I have to cat map them. So, more to come with the dots. We gotta get some caps on order. We'll spend this whole stream counting teeth on the belt. And yeah, we have more to do with the dots to get them fully functional here. Well, reliably functional, let's say. They work, it's just I don't want to turn them on. So yeah, anyway, if you enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. But that's it for now. And I will see you next time. And the printer thing is hidden. There it is. Oh yeah, dot printout will happen once I can get data onto the dot and the printers work. There's like multiple reasons that I can't do a dot printout right now. Also, I've already done a plotter printout for the person who keeps asking about that. You can go back to the 7470 video. Yeah, I did a plotter printout then. It takes like 10 minutes. It's not worth it.